The 8th season of Prodigy Bowlers Tour began last September in Olathe, Kansas, as little Briley Wolfschlager Monty was the first this season to claim victory on Prodigy Bowlers Tour. Just a few pairs away, Rhett Ryman became the season's first KCO Division I titleist. The following month in Gladstone, Colton Boob topped the field in Division III. Colton Boom, while in Division I, Nolan Nash put on a clinic, setting the all-time Prodigy Bowlers Tour 4-game scoring record, shooting .992 en route to winning. And down they go! In November, Brody Ummel made a trip from Hutchinson, Kansas, all the way to the Division II winner's circle, while PJ Dokalis punched his ticket to the Prodigy Toc and a chance to defend his title. At the season's first adult youth doubles tournament in December, Topeka's Andrew Farrow and his partner took top honors in Division IV, while in Division I, Caden White and his partner held off a challenge from Anthony Dokalis' team to taste sweet victory. Then in January, lefty Peyton Tryon won 2 matches to claim the championship in Division III, and another one. Man, he's just a machine. While Rhett Ryman became the first 2-time winner of the season in Division I, successfully defending his title and winning a thrilling championship match over Nolan Nash, 276 to 268. Then in February, Brody Hurla showed us that the straight ball never really goes out of fashion, and he rode it to victory in Division II, while in Division I, Landon Stoddard ran the stepladder against a strong field en route to his first win on Prodigy Bowlers Tour. At the March Point Tournament, Bella Gonzalez proved there's no place like home, as she ran the Division IV stepladder at her home bowling center to win. Meanwhile, Dason Tidwell of Topeka proved there's nothing more satisfying than winning on the road, as he took the title in Division I. 2 weeks later, at the March Adult Youth Doubles Tournament, Nicholas Sharp and his dad won all 3 matches to take the title in Division III, while Caden Ball and his partner rode their strong play to victory in Division I, and he shreds the rack. At the April Point Tournament, Curtis Jones became a first-time winner in Division V. Wow. And Caden White stopped Cody Spangler in his march to the top, as Caden claimed his second Division I crown of the season. He's got all the shots. In May at St. Joe, Luke Gramling proved he has the right stuff to win even without his Aunt Nicole as a partner, as Luke claimed his first solo title at the KCO, winning the Division IV title. Meanwhile, Tashawn Clark survived a roll-off for the 5th position in the stepladder, in which he thought he'd been beat and actually walked out of the building, only to be given a reprieve when his opponent left the 4-6. Then Tashawn ran the stepladder to claim his first Division I KCO championship on Prodigy. And at the KCO Invitational in June, Peyton Tryon showed us that he'd gotten better since his win in January in Division III, as this time he claimed the Division II title in the biggest Kansas City Open tournament of the year. And over in Division I, Rhett Ryman gave us a moment for the ages, as he threw only the 2nd natural 300 ever on Prodigy Bowlers Tour. Perfection! But it wasn't enough to win, as Nolan Nash went on to claim the title, becoming the 3rd 2-time winner of the season. All these champions got to sign the coveted trophy pin, punching their ticket to today's Prodigy Bowlers Tour Tournament of Champions. But this season, we expanded the Prodigy TOC field, opening it up to all KCO winners, including those who won their titles on the lanes next to the ones where we were covering the action. After all, they won their titles on Prodigy too, even if it was only in the periphery. So this season, a total of 46 KCO champions were invited to bowl in the Prodigy Toc. 10 of those were unable to attend due to other commitments, but a total of 36 showed up this morning and paid their entry fee to bowl in the biggest Prodigy Toc ever, where one player will walk away with the prize they've all been eyeing since the season began: the coveted trophy pin.
From America's heartland, it's Prodigy Bowlers Tour, celebrating junior bowling and elevating junior bowlers. Today, episode 172, the 2024 Prodigy Bowlers Tour Tournament of Champions.
The Prodigy Toc is broken into two divisions, handicap and scratch. Which division they bowl in depends on the player's final KCO average of the season. After a 3-game qualifier, the top 4 in each division earn a guaranteed spot in the stepladder finals, with the 5th position designated as a wild card spot. The 6 players in each division who qualify 5th through 10th advance to the wild card round, a single ball elimination round where the sole survivor makes it through to claim the 5th spot in the stepladder. The winner of the handicap stepladder receives the Hunter Moffat Award, while the winner of the scratch stepladder receives the Charles Bostic Award. The 2 champions advance to the final showdown, and the winner claims the coveted trophy pin. Today on Prodigy Bowlers Tour. Welcome once again to Olathe Lanes East in Olathe, Kansas, home of the most active youth bowling program in mid-America, thanks to the hard work of youth coordinator Susan Fashing Lowe and the hardest working man in Kansas high school bowling, Eric Maxwell, the center's general manager, whose assistance today in putting on the Prodigy Toc has been invaluable. A little later, just before the wild card round begins, we'll reveal who was selected by our panel of judges and our viewers as the 2024 PBAA Player of the Year, so you definitely want to see that. As we come on the air, the 3-game qualifier has just been completed and has left us with a bit of a situation. It seems we have a tie in each of the 2 divisions that will require a roll-off before we can proceed to the wild card round. In both divisions, we have a tie for 4th place, which means both players involved in each division's roll-off will be advancing past the roll-off. What they'll be deciding in the roll-off is who's going to advance to the guaranteed 4th position in the stepladder and who's going to drop back to the wild card round and have to run that gauntlet to become the sole survivor and claim the 5th spot in the stepladder. Either way, at least we know we won't be eliminating anyone in the roll-off. That comes later. We'll have both divisions stage their roll-offs on the same pair of lanes. Going first are the scratch bowlers, and the 2 players involved in this roll-off are Tanner Haig in the blue and white shirt and PJ Douglas wearing black and red. Tanner's first toss cuts through the nose and he leaves the 3-6. PJ, the defending champion at this event. And he starts like a champion with a solid strike. Tanner Haig and his brother Tyler both bowl league with us here at Olathe Lanes East. And there's a spare to start, so our scratch players are off and running, each one opening with a mark. And now, the handicap players. We begin with left-hander Brett Stockwell of Shawnee, Kansas, clad in black. And Pretty nice shot to begin, I'd say. 10 back. And now Tanner Cunningham, who is up from Hutchinson, Kansas. Tanner getting a couple of pins in handicap now. Since this is a 9th and 10th frame roll-off, they get 20% of what they were getting in a full game. So both players in the handicap division start with a strike, and now we're back to the scratch players. Tanner Haig with a ripper in the 10th frame. And now PJ up on the right. Oh my. The dreaded Big Four. So advantage Tanner Haig. Look at this. That double puts Tanner in a commanding position. PJ's just about got to make this. He goes with extra speed, but no dice, nothing bounces out, and that's an open frame. Tanner Haig has won the roll-off. PJ couldn't pull off an Antonio Miranda, who made the 4-6 on the TOC telecast last year. So Tanner Haig grabs the 4th spot in the stepladder finals, and PJ Douglas falls back into the wild card round. Now the 10th frame for the handicap division. Brett Stockwell and Tanner both started with a strike. And Brett Stockwell gets a little delayed ripper for a double. Oh, there's a pretty good shot by Tanner in the pocket, but the 10 won't go. He's got those 2 pins of handicap, remember. But the best he can do now is 42. And there is a turkey, and Brett Stockwell wraps up the roll-off. Even if Brett were to throw his next ball in the gutter, he'd finish with 50. And like I said, Tanner can only get to 42. There's a spare. Might as well get all you can. You see, we've added his 2 pins of handicap in the first frame. But it's not going to be enough. Brett Stockwell finishes the roll-off with a tidy little 60. That's a perfect game in a 9th and 10th frame roll-off. So he will be moving on to the stepladder finals. And now Tanner Cunningham. A strike to finish with 42. And there you go. But it's Tanner Haig in the scratch division and Brett Stockwell in the handicap division, who can now sit down and wait, while PJ Douglas in the scratch division and Tanner Cunningham in the handicap division have to move on to the wild card round and survive that in hopes of getting to the stepladder finals in the 5th position. And we're just getting warmed up. Next, find out who the judges decided is the Player of the Year. Last season at the Prodigy TOC, we recognized for the first time ever a Player of the Year on Prodigy Bowlers Tour. The first recipient of the PBAA, that's Prodigy Bowlers Across America Player of the Year award, was Nolan Nash, who capped off his KCO season 1 year ago as the only 3-time winner in the KCO's Division I field. This season, however, our judges' task was much more daunting, as the metrics didn't do much to help us separate the contenders.
We agreed that winning was a huge consideration. There were a total of 15 players who finished the season with an average of 200 or higher and who won at least one tournament at the KCO this season. Of those 15, 4 of them got their wins in one of the handicap divisions before being re-rated up to Division I. And since they won those titles against weaker competition, we kind of dismissed them. The KCO holds 11 tournaments throughout the season, and we had 3 multiple winners. So we had 8 players in all who won at least one tournament in Division I, and we looked at all of them. Here are the names that we were considering. PJ Douglas, who won in November. Landon Stoddard, who won the February point tournament. Jason Tidwell, who won the March point tournament. Caden Ball won the March Adult Youth tournament. And Tashawn Clark, who won the May point tournament in St. Joe. But ultimately, wins really are the big thing. And it came down to our 3 two-time winners. They were Rhett Ryman, who won the September point tournament here in Olathe, and he won that thrilling match at the January point tournament in Lawrence, 276 to 268. Caden White, who won the December Adult Youth and the April point tournament, and Nolan Nash, who won the October point tournament and the KCO Invitational 3 weeks ago. It was close. It was really close. You start with Caden. I'm just gonna rant off some of the metrics we considered. Of the 11 KCO tournaments that the KCO held, Caden entered 10 of them, and he made the stepladder finals in 7 of those. That is a remarkable accomplishment at any level, and it almost put him in a class by himself. Then you have Rhett. Rhett entered 7 KCO tournaments, made the stepladder in 5 of them. Along the way, he ran the stepladder to win in January, where he won that thriller against Nolan, 276 to 268. And then at the KCO Invitation 3 weeks ago, he threw a 300 game, just the second we've ever had on Prodigy. And finally, you have Nolan. Like Rhett, Nolan entered 7 KCO tournaments, and like Rhett, he made 5 stepladders. He and Rhett kind of went back and forth. Along the way, Nolan ran the stepladder in October, when he set the all-time scoring record on Prodigy for 4 games, a sweet little 992. And then 3 weeks ago, he captured the KCO Invitational for the 2nd year in a row. So these 3 players were so close that we had a real hard time deciding which one should win Player of the Year. So we started talking about, well, maybe we have co-winners this year. And then the question was raised, okay, so if we have 2 winners, who do we leave out? And that just didn't seem like it was even tenable at all. So in the end, the 4 judges were unanimous in our decision. We didn't want this to become a regular thing year in and year out, but we decided the only right thing to do was to name 3 Players of the Year. So if we would come down here, Caden White, Rhett Ryman, and Nolan Nash.
Gentlemen.
Way to go, guys. You all bowled great all year.
So let the games begin. We'll get started with the wild card round in the handicap division next. The wild card round is like a second chance for players who qualified 5th through 10th. Those 6 players will throw 1 ball on the left lane, and the player with the low pinfall is eliminated. The remaining players switch lanes and repeat the process. This continues until we've winnowed the field down to the sole survivor, who will be the 5th seed in the stepladder finals. That's how it works.
Qualifying 5th is Tanner Cunningham of Hutchinson, Kansas. Tanner won his way into the Prodigy Toc by capturing the Division II title at the 2023 December Adult Youth Doubles Tournament.
Of course, you saw Tanner Cunningham drop that roll-off to Brett Stockwell at the beginning of the show. That sent Tanner into the wild card round. He begins with a good shot, but it's only going to get him 9 this time, so he'll have to wait and see if that's going to be good enough to continue.
Our number 6 qualifier is Leah Wilson of Lawrence. Leah won her spot in the Prodigy Toc by capturing the Division III title at the 2023 December Adult Youth Doubles Tournament.
And then she and her adult partner, Tyler Gromlovitz, nearly made it a clean sweep. They were the tournament leaders in Belton at the other adult youth. 7. Well, we'll hope for the best, but 7 is usually a little iffy in these.
Qualifying in the 7th spot is Caden Darling of Olathe. Caden won his way into the Prodigy Toc by becoming the Division IV champion at the 2023 KCO October Point Tournament in Gladstone.
One of the numerous handicap division players who won their way into the Prodigy Toc in the periphery. Comes in a little thin, gets 8. It's good enough to send him on to frame 2, as 7 seems to be the number on the bubble.
Next up is the number 8 qualifier, Connor Boob of Olathe. Connor punched his ticket to the Prodigy Toc by winning the Division V title at the 2023 KCO November Point Tournament in Lawrence.
Of course, his older brother Colton won on Prodigy in October. Connor puts it right in the pocket, and that's going to be good enough to send him on to frame 2. 9, 7, 8, 9. I think it's clear who is in trouble here. We'll see if that changes.
Qualifying 9th is Gage Patrick of Blue Springs, Missouri. Gage won his way into the Prodigy Toc, capturing the Division IV championship at the 2024 KCO February Point Tournament in Leavenworth.
Shot 299 earlier this year right here in this bowling center. Puts that one right through the nose, but 8 is enough in this particular case.
Finally, our 10th qualifier is Brody Hurla of Excelsior Springs, Missouri. Brody got to the Prodigy Toc by winning the Division II title at the 2024 KCO February Point Tournament in Leavenworth.
That was broadcast on Prodigy. And viewers who saw that show may not recognize that toss by Brody. He won that day in February throwing a straight ball. But Brody covering a lot of boards with that strike. But I'm afraid it's Leah Wilson who takes the first exit ramp. She is eliminated with that 7 count. Now you see their rank number over to the left. You can obviously tell we've sent these kids out to bowl in the order they finished. Tanner finished 5th, well tied for 4th, but after the tiebreaker roll-off, he's the 5th seed in the wild card round. That's what he was looking for earlier. A solid strike. And usually that's enough to send you on to the next frame in one of these single ball elimination frames. We will eliminate one player per frame until we're down to just one. And now, Caden Darling. And he shreds the rack. Shows everybody how it's done. So strike, strike. Not to put any pressure on young Connor Boob or anything here, but anything less than a strike will put him on the bubble. Actually, if he gets a strike, he'll be on the bubble. Well, that's 8, and that could be trouble. So Connor will just have to sit and hope. As now Gage Patrick gets up. This young fellow, a bit of a pyrotechnic, loves fireworks. Seems to have all 10 of his fingers, though. Measures that one perfectly, and now Connor Boob definitely a little nervous as Brody Hurla is up. Brody needs 8 to go to a roll-off. 9 would send him on to frame 3. Anything less than 8, no good. Oh, but there's a 7 count. And Connor Boob, you can breathe a sigh of relief. Brody Hurla has taken the second exit ramp in our wild card round today. And they switch lanes, and we return to the top of the order as Tanner Cunningham will lead off once again in frame 3. They call him the Tan Man. He said his dad wanted him to bowl since he was pretty young, but he just resisted and wasn't interested until high school. Then he told his dad he wanted to go take up bowling, try out for the high school bowling team. His dad was like, "I've been waiting your whole life to hear you say that." He gets 9 to lead off frame 3 here in the wild card round. We'll see if that will be enough. And now Caden Darling, who bowls both here at Olathe Lanes East and at Mission Bowl, which is a few miles down the road, also in Olathe. Takes them all out. And that is well done. And now Connor Boob got started bowling when his mom signed him up for a youth league in the summer. He bowls with us here at Olathe Lanes East. Puts it right in the pocket. That's a 9 count. And right now, that's on the bubble. So Gage Patrick, you need a strike to move on to frame 4. 9 would get you into a 3-way roll-off with Tanner and Connor. 8 would send you to the parking lot. Oh man, he threw that one good. But it's a 9 count, and we've got a 3-way playoff here in frame 3. So we won't eliminate all 3 of them. The way it works here at the Prodigy Bowlers Tour wild card round is we'll eliminate 1 player each frame. So they rinse and repeat, and we'll do this again until we've eliminated 1 of them. Caden Darling is safe, having thrown that strike. This is Tanner, Connor, and Gage, who are all at risk. Nine for Tanner. Maybe yes, maybe no. Next up, Connor Boob. Plays a couple other sports, baseball and basketball. Started bowling just a couple of years ago at the age of 8. He just turned 10. All right, let's see what you got, Condog. He stuffs them straight back. And he gives it a hearty fist bump going back to see Mom. So Connor Boob is safe, and he will be moving on to frame 3. And it all comes down to this ball. It's either going to be Tanner Cunningham or Gage Patrick who is eliminated. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Tanner Cunningham, as Gage Patrick throws a strike to match Connor Boob. And Tanner Cunningham with that 9 count. Pretty good shot, but just didn't get them all to go, so he's out now. And we have eliminated 3 of the 6. We're only going to eliminate 5 of them, so it's down to Caden, Connor, and Gage. See what the left-handers got here. Oh! He's got magic in that bowling ball is what he's got. A light hit, rolls the 3 from behind, and that strike has got to make him feel pretty good. And now Connor Boob. Boy, I tell you what, when he gets a couple of years older, throwing a little heavier ball, that shot probably would have carried. But as it is, he has 9. And once again, Gage Patrick with a chance to move on to frame 5. But he'll have to throw a strike to do it, or go to extra frames with Connor Boob. Boy, that is a clutch shot right there. And that eliminates Connor from the competition. So we're down to just 2 now. Caden Darling and Gage Patrick. One of these 2 will be the sole survivor of the wild card round and will claim the 5th spot in our stepladder finals here in the handicap division. A ripper. Boy, and I know Caden had to love that one. So I tell you what, Gage Patrick has faced a few pressure shots already in this wild card round. Now he's got one more, a strike to continue in a roll-off. Anything less and he's done. How about that? You need a little clutch bowling in your life? Love it. Love it when I see these young players step up when the pressure is on. So they will go again, and we will repeat this process until one of them is eliminated. Caden Darling. Oh, man. Can't throw it any better than that. Buries it in the pocket and leaves a stone 10. So the pressure lifts a little for Gage Patrick. He still needs a strike to win the wild card round and become the sole survivor moving on to the stepladder finals. 9 would get him into another roll-off. 8, and he'd be done. Oh, you're kidding? You never see an 8-10 nowadays with the modern bowling ball. But it must not have come off his hand quite right as Gage Patrick leaves the 8-10. And it's Caden Darling who is moving on as the wild card in the 5th position. He'll meet Brett Stockwell next. Before we meet our top 5 qualifiers in the handicap division, a quick recap of how things shook out in the wild card round for players 5 through 10 coming out of qualifying. Leah Wilson was the first to exit in frame 1 with her 7 count. Then it was Brody Hurla in frame 2 who discovered that 7 is not enough. In frame 3, Tanner Cunningham went to a roll-off before discovering that anything less than a strike was not going to get it done. Then in frame 4, Connor Boob was the only one who didn't strike, so he had to exit. And in the 5th frame, both of our remaining players threw a strike, sending them to a roll-off where both players hit the pocket, but Caden Darling left a stone 10 while Gage Patrick left a pocket 8-10. So it's Caden Darling who has secured the 5th spot in the stepladder finals. He'll meet the number 4 qualifier and the survivor of the roll-off we had earlier, Brett Stockwell of Shawnee, Kansas. Brett won his spot in the TOC by capturing the Division II title in Lawrence at the January point tournament. The winner of that opening match will face the number 3 qualifier, Connor Ahrens of Topeka. Connor got into the Prodigy TOC with a Division III win in St. Joe at the KCO May Point Tournament. That winner will advance to face the number 2 qualifier, Bryce Isaacson of Platte City, Missouri. Bryce secured his spot in the TOC field at the very last minute, winning the Division III crown 3 weeks ago at the KCO Invitational, right here in this building. And the winner of that match will bowl for the Handicap Division Championship and the Hunter Moffitt Award against our tournament leader, Caston Meyer of Topeka. Caston won the Division IV Championship in Leavenworth at the KCO April Point Tournament. All 5 of our handicap finalists won their KCO titles to qualify for the Prodigy TOC, bowling in the periphery on episodes of the show where we weren't even featuring their division. But they're here now, so close they can taste it. Before match 1 gets started, let's take a quick look at how qualifying went down. Here you see our top 5 after Brett Stockwell and Tanner Cunningham settled their tie for 4th earlier. And there's the remainder of the top 10 that went through the wild card round. You also see Peyton Tryon in 11th. He just missed advancing. And in 19th, Briley Wolfschlager Monty, who won the first title of the season back in September. So it's time we get the first match underway. Again, it's the sole survivor of the wild card round, Caden Darling against the 4 seed, Brett Stockwell. And Brett, as you recall, defeated Tanner Cunningham when the two of them tied for 4th coming out of qualifying. Brett Stockwell winning that roll-off gave him the 4 seed in the stepladder. An all-lefty match. I don't know that we've ever had one of those on Prodigy before. And Brett Stockwell begins with a bang. Now Caden Darling. As you can see, these two pretty evenly matched, just a 5-pin handicap differential. Caden getting 7 pins, Brett getting 2. And Caden's ball deflects a bit. He nearly had the 7-9 standing. The 7 went out. He's left with just the 9. Both of these players list as their favorite pro bowler Packy Hanrahan, of course, a fellow two-handed lefty. So they have that in common. And Caden with a spare, so both players out of the gate with a mark. Gotta like that. Well, Caden Darling is 16 years old. Brett Stockwell is 18. Both live in the greater Kansas City area. Caden in Olathe, where so many of our bowlers are from, and Brett from Shawnee, Kansas, not too far away. Light hit, snaps out the 7, and that's a solid strike. Now here's a fun fact about Brett Stockwell. This kid didn't even start bowling until the age of 16. It's just a couple of years ago. And he has developed into a pretty talented bowler with pretty solid fundamentals, I have to say. This time the 4-pin kind of lazily lays in the gutter and refuses to kick out the 7, so he'll have a single pin spare to shoot. Brett Stockwell threw 4 strikes, a perfect game in the 9th and 10th frame roll-off against Tanner Cunningham earlier, so this is the first time we've seen him shoot at a spare. But he takes out the 7 without any problem. Not only did he just start bowling a couple of years ago, he just started his first league when he was 17. So I would guess that would be this season, since he just turned 18 in May. Yeah, he pulled that one off his hand. You could tell it when he let it go. It was inside of his mark. Lucky to break up the split, leaving just the 4-7. You notice we added his 2 pins of handicap into his score in the first frame, just like we added Caden Darling's 7 pins of handicap into his score in the first frame. Oh, look out. Well, now, that's not what he wanted. Whiffing on an easy spare, the 4-7. And he missed that pretty badly, I have to say. All right, Caden Darling, who started bowling at the age of 11, so he's been at it for about 5 years or so. Rips the rack. And now we've got our first double of the match. Take another look at it here. Steps off to the right like so many power lefties do. Used to be they would teach to swing around your legs, your hips, and your footwork. Nowadays, it's more walk out of the way of your swing, and that's what you see the players do. He'll step to the right to get out of the way of his swing. That way he can swing straight back and straight through, although that one, big pull. Lucky to get a piece of the head pin, and even luckier to get 9 out of that. But just the 8 pin remains. And he takes care of it. But now Brett Stockwell with that open frame in the third up against Caden's double in the second and third. And Brett Stockwell finds himself 28 pins behind. Much better shot. And he rips the 5 over into the 10. Watch this. He's going to find the half pocket on this shot. And that 5 pin is going to zip over into the 10. And it just kind of leans into it. Enough to knock it over anyway. Boy, a double would be big for Brett right here. There you go. Just what the doctor ordered. Love the little lean he's got to the left at address. At the bottom of the swing, he's in perfect position. The ball under his head or even a little inside of that. That is just ideal. Love the result even more. And Caden Darling with another powerful strike. Take a look at him once again. 5-step approach. And he, just like Brett, in real good position at the bottom of the swing. The ball right under his head. Would I like to see him get the ball a little closer to his ankle at the bottom of the swing? Well, yeah, there's a bit of a gap there. And I think if he were to just work on keeping that left elbow in close to his torso coming down through the swing, he'd fix that problem. And that's what happens sometimes when you get that ball a little farther away from your ankle, is you lose leverage and you lose a bit of accuracy. And that one just sailed wide on him. The 1-3-6-7, a form of the washout. Here's how you make it. Put the ball on what for him would be the Brooklyn side of the head pin. Let that head pin fly right over into the 7. Now that's pretty good right there. He got it off the wall, but same difference. Watch it again. A little hop at the bottom. I don't know if he's stuck at the foul line, but the results speak for themselves. All right, Brett, another strike would help. How about that one? And suddenly Brett Stockwell has climbed right back in this match. The lead is now 8 pins. Here's his footwork. 5-step approach. He also, with that move to the right with his feet, make room for the swing. He's a planter, not a slider. I guess they don't teach kids to slide anymore. I don't know. if he could have got that one to go, he would have taken the lead. But instead, the lead is now 9 for Caden Darling. But a close match. Brett with a high game of 279, his high series, 738. Covers the spare. No problemo. As we get down to the final frames of the match. Well, that one just hooks high, and he was lucky to get away with 9. That could have been a split or heaven knows what. Just the 4-pin. He'll move right, go straight at it. Good cover. Caden's never been to Junior Gold, but he's going this summer. So by the time this show goes up on YouTube, he might actually be in Detroit. Most of these kids you see on Prodigy Bowlers Tour, they focus their attention, if they are multi-sport athletes, they focus their attention on bowling, obviously. But Caden used to play baseball and dodgeball. I think we all played dodgeball in high school, whether we wanted to or not. This was a good shot. See that gap between the ball and his right ankle? Like to see him close that down a little bit. Good shot, though. Brett would love to catch a double here in the 8th and 9th. But he won't do it like that. Comes in thin, and now he's got himself a problem. The 3-7 split. Makeable. Got to put the ball over to the right of the 3-pin, slide it over into the 7. It's not the most difficult split to make, but it's not easy. And he gets way too much of the 3-pin, so that's an open frame, and his 10-pin deficit grows to 21. Now with just 2 frames left to go. Brett finished high school with a 4.365 GPA and a 34 ACT super score. And you'll have to ask somebody closer to the education system what all that means, but it sounds impressive. How about a wall shot? I know how to interpret that. That sets himself up for the 10th. This ball's going to come in a little light. The head pin will go to the right wall, come back and get the 6, 10, and the 5. All right, Caden with a strike working. And he rips the rack, and that will build on his lead. From 21, it's now 31 pins, heading into the 10th frame, and Caden Darling is in the driver's seat now. Over just inside the 3rd arrow, in that half pocket swish zone, and swish it did. Strike here, and that would put Brett away. See you later. So Caden Darling takes match 1 in the handicap division stepladder here at the Prodigy TOC after he came through the wild card round. He's throwing it well. A little wide with that one, but it's academic. He's already got the match banked. 234 with a conversion. Nicely done. Brett Stockwell, who intends to become a computer scientist. He's got his eye on the future. Well, I tell you what, he's thrown some nice shots today. I would tell you to keep your eye on this kid this next season coming up in the fall, but he's aging out. He's already turned 18. So the only way we will see him again at the KCO is if he comes back as an adult partner in one of the adult youth doubles tournaments. That's going to put him in the 2 teens with good count. Comes right through the ball, doesn't go around it. That's where you get the powerful roll. A little high with that one. It's going to be a 2-11, and that's a solid showing, even if it wasn't quite enough to win this match. Instead, it's Caden Darling who takes match 1, and now we will meet Connor Ahrens of Topeka, Kansas, his next opponent, coming up. Two open frames were the difference in the match between Caden Darling and Brett Stockwell. Brett whiffed one easy spare in the 3rd frame and then had that split in the 8th. But other than that, he bowled a solid game with 7 strikes. But it's Caden Darling, whose 234 game sends him into match 2, where his next opponent is Connor Ahrens. Connor won his way into the Prodigy TOC by capturing the Division III title in St. Joe back in May. And believe it or not, Caden Darling was in Division IV when he won his title in Gladstone back in October. Both players have since moved up to Division II at the KCO, and now they'll do battle in the Prodigy TOC. Another two-hander, although this time we'll see him bowl from the right side. This young man from Topeka, Kansas, bowls at West Ridge Lanes. Started bowling at the age of 16. He's 17 now, so he's really a newbie. And yet here he is in the 3 seed at the Prodigy TOC. Well, he got off his hand pretty good, just a little wide. Found the friction on the outside of the lane a little too soon and hooked high. So the 6-10. Just 1 pin of handicap differential between these two. Caden Darling getting 7, Connor Ahrens getting 6. Good cover of the spare. And now Caden Darling moves over to the right lane. Wants to be either a pro bowler or an engineer when he grows up. Leaves the 7. A lot of these kids will tell you they want to be a pro bowler when they grow up, but then they always have a fallback position if the pro bowling thing doesn't quite pan out. A lot of them want to be an engineer. They want to make the money is what it is. I think if they had their druthers, they'd have the fun of a pro bowler and make the money of an engineer. Now you figure that one out, and you'll have it going on. Caden, who bowled his 300 earlier this year in April, right here at Olathe Lanes East. He didn't do it with shots like that, though, I'll tell you that. He's also got a career best high series of 770, and that's nothing to sneeze at. He's got 6 tournament wins, including 3 KCOs. Takes out the 4-7 without an issue. Now Connor Ahrens will move over to the right side. His high game, 268, and his high series, 702. But I'll tell you what, for a kid who's only been bowling about a year, that's pretty good. He's 17, turns 18 in September, so he's got another year of eligibility ahead of him in youth bowling if he cares to use it. That one breaks high through the nose, and now he's left with a tricky little split, the 310. We call it the baby split. Any split where you make it by touching both pins with the ball, as is the case with the 310, we call it the baby split. The 4-5 is one, the 5-6 is another, the 2-7. All those types of splits, we call them the baby split. This is the most common one for a right-hander. And he covers it beautifully. How about that? For a guy who's only been bowling for a year. Very impressive. 4-step approach, nice and slow in the beginning, then he picks up the pace there at the end. I thought he'd sent that one a little wide, but it came back just enough. And just caught a piece of the 3-pin. That's all you need. Yeah, you could tell he pulled that one left of his target. That never got out as wide as I think he meant for it to. The first one he may have got out a little too wide, too quickly. That one just never got out quite wide enough, and eventually it got to the end of the oil pattern and said, well, it's time to make a left turn. Went through the nose. Now the 3-6-10 is no joke. Got to be careful with this, but he just made the 310. You throw the same shot and you'll make this. There you go. I like it. So Caden Darling moves back to the right lane, looking for a strike and maybe get a little string of them going. Little too thin, and he almost left the 310, which is a lot easier for a left-hander than it is a right-hander, but the 10 went out. He's got just the 3-pin. Tell you what, these off hits that could leave clusters or even splits. You break them down and leave just 1 or 2 pins and fairly easy spares. Boy, you're ahead of the game already. He covers the 3-pin. Well, Caden says he got started bowling when his mom put him in a youth league. We hear that a lot. Sometimes you have to drag them kicking and screaming to the bowling alley. They're not so sure they want to do it. And then some of them decide, you know, I kind of like this. And I seem to have kind of a knack for it. And the next thing you know, they're lifelong bowlers and bowling in tournaments. You're taking them to Detroit for junior gold, and, well, kind of takes on a life of its own. Oh, man, that was so close to being a strike. But the head pin actually went around the 6. It took out the 3, 10. I think it got the 9, but it left the 6, just missed it. A wall shot that didn't quite get her done. But he covers the spare and maintains a 2-pin lead. Well, Connor Aaron's only KCO victory came at the May Point Tournament when he won in Division III to punch his ticket for the Prodigy TOC today, but he also is a member of the Centennial League championship team with Washburn Rural Boys Varsity team, and he counts that as one of his best moments in bowling. Tell you what, you could count some of those kind of strikes as great moments in bowling as well. String enough of them and you could have a really fine afternoon to remember. Love the position he's in right at the end of his approach. That ball right by his left ankle. He comes straight through the back of the ball. There's a lot to like about this kid's game, especially given that he's only been at it about a year. That's amazing, actually. Well, a little extra pin action makes this an easier spare. But once again, he's just not quite hitting his mark. And sometimes that's the thing that these two-handers, they get so in love with the revs they get that they forget that you still have to be accurate. When you get a good rev rate, you don't have to be as accurate, but you still got to hit what you're looking at. Makes the spare, though. And we've still got a tight match, just 2 pins separating these two. Caden looking for his first strike as he has decided to take a re-rack here. He doesn't like the way the pins are standing. That is perfectly legal. Sometimes when the pins are off spot, you know that if you hit the pocket, it makes it less likely that you'll get a strike, so you just re-spot them. There you go. You hit them there, and they're probably going to go. This kid throws plenty of ball. Out to about 8 at the break point, and see you later, pins. His freshman year, he was an alternate for his high school varsity team. That's how much they thought of his game. Well, that was just a pinch high. Could have been a strike, but just missed getting the 6 pin to go. And because he was working on a strike, that deprived him of building on his lead. But he covers the spare, and that keeps the match close. Connor Ahrens lists as his favorite pro bowler Darren Tang. He would love to string a few strikes right here. If he can strike in the 6th and 7th, he'll take the lead. And once again, he just gets that thing a little too wide too quickly. It finds the friction on the outside of the lane too soon and starts to hook too soon. And he runs out of lane before the ball is too far left. But he left the 310 earlier and made it. Let's see what he can do a second time. How about that? 2 for 2. I think we'll have to take a second look at that one. Goes right at it with his spare ball. It hooks a little, but not much. That is well done. I am impressed. Well, he's just lost. I mean, he sends it wide and it hooks high. He pulls it left in the oil and it hooks high. He just hasn't found that in-between area yet. But the 610, a little easier than the spares he had to face in the 2nd and 6th. He's clean so far. He hasn't missed a spare yet. And he's proven himself to be a pretty handy little spare shooter. But now Caden Darling up on the right lane once again. If he could just get that strike ball to work. He's only thrown 1 strike this match. Oh man, once again he nearly left the 7-9. The 9 goes out late. He's pretty good with those 7 pins, I gotta say. Five pins separating these two, heading into the 8th frame. Oh my. Oh my, oh my. That one just never made the corner. And he's left with another form of the washout, the 1-3-7. Got to put the ball on the right side of the 1 pin, drive it over into the 7. Just got a little too much of the 1 pin that time. But that's an open frame, and that hands the lead to Connor Ahrens. Late in the match. Connor, who started bowling when his older brother, Carter, was invited by a friend to join a league, and Connor decided to join with him and took to it. Liked it. And here he is today. Once again, just doesn't give it enough room. He needs to move left. If he's going to play that part of the lane, he needs to move left with his feet. The 3-10 baby split. He's made it twice already. He'd love to duplicate the feat yet again. Oh, no. Got to keep that ball off the gray board. Well, that open hands the lead right back to Caden Darling as we head into the 9th and 10th frames. Connor Ahrens, who also plays disc golf and pickleball. Oh! How about that little piece of good fortune? Connor Ahrens wide right with that one. Looked like he did make the move left with his feet slightly. He played it in that part of the lane that he was trying to get to, but it didn't quite get back. But the head pin comes off the left wall and gets the 2-pin from behind. Thank you very much. Oh boy. Caden Darling flirting with disaster that time. I think he missed his mark by at least an arrow. Left. Went right through the nose and somehow got 9 out of it. Should thank his lucky stars for this. And he covers the 4. And with that conversion, he takes the lead into the 10th frame, although, because Connor Ahrens has that strike up in the 9th, no matter what Caden Darling does here in the 10th, he cannot shut out Connor Ahrens. Connor will have a chance to win. Seven pin. Pretty good shot. But the best he can do now is 187. That means Connor Ahrens is going to need the first strike in the 10th. Ooh. He might not have needed that if Caden Darling had ditched that one, but it was precariously close to the edge, but a spare nonetheless. So good count here. And Caden will at least force Connor to throw one strike in the 10th. And there you go. 187. Take another look at that one. He hits light. Gets him to scatter. Hit him thin and watch him spin. All right, Connor Ahrens must strike on this ball to win. Oh, man. Well, he was caught in that in-between zone seemingly the whole match. If he got it a little wide, it seemed to overhook. And when he didn't get it out wide enough, it just kind of hydroplaned all the way down the lane and never made the corner. And that's going to be the story of his match. He throws it in the gutter, but it doesn't matter. He had to have the strike. It's a 187 to 167 victory for Caden Darling. who now has 2 wins to his credit in the stepladder finals. And now his next opponent is Bryce Isaacson. I tell you what, the more I see of these kids who won their KCO title in the periphery on Prodigy, the more impressed I am with them. Don't let the fact that they weren't in one of the showcase divisions fool you. They're just as talented as the other players you see on the show. And they're proving that today. Their number just hasn't come up on the show before, until today. Connor Aarons actually had ball in hand with a chance to win the match in the 10th frame. And after coming in high the last few times he was up on that lane, he made the proper adjustment, but may have overcorrected slightly, resulting in a light hit and the dreaded 2-8-10, when nothing less than a strike would do. That's a tough way to make an exit, but Connor has another year of eligibility, and we might just see him again next season. But that's 2 matches now that Caden Darling has won, and now he finds himself in match 3 against the 2 seed, Bryce Isaacson. Bryce got into the Prodigy TOC at the last possible opportunity, as his title came 3 weeks ago at the KCO Invitational in Division 3. He wasn't sure that got him into the Prodigy TOC, but when I explained to him that it did, he seemed pretty excited. And today, he's made the most of his opportunity so far. Caden Darling momentarily a little confused about which lane he was up on. We always start head-to-head matches on the left, and now he's set to go. Pretty good shot, a little light. The wall shot didn't quite get the 10, but he shouldn't have any problem with this spare. He'll move his feet a little to the left, go cross lane at it. And it's a spare to begin. Now, as you can see, Caden is spotting Bryce 4 pins. Bryce is getting 11 pins in handicap. Caden getting 7. Bryce was on Prodigy at the KCO Invitational in 2023 and was one of the victims of Lauren Leonardi. Oh, and he gets a high hit to carry the 4. How about that one? Watch the 2 pin, the 3rd one from the left. It'll go to the left wall and slip between the 4 and 7. Just getting the 4. Counts the same as a solid strike, though, so both players with a mark to begin. Well, that toss goes a little high, and now he's left with a somewhat unusual spare for a right-hander, the 6-9. Not terribly difficult, however. Just play it about like you'd play the 6-pin. Easy peasy. And you see we've added Bryce's 11 pins of handicap into his score. A strike spare start would give him 20 in the first, plus 11, that's 31. And Caden is going to take another re-rack. He does not like the way these pins are setting on lane 18. That is perfectly legal to take a re-rack unless the rules state otherwise in your particular tournament or competition. I'm not sure it would have made much of a difference if he had shot that original rack coming in that light. He leaves the 3-5. This, you got to be careful with. This is choppable. Oh. Well, that's how you chop it. And that's why I like to see them play that down the right side of the lane. It'll close down that gap between the 3 and the 5 a little bit. For a right-hander, it's when you have the 2-5, you play it down the left side of the lane. There, that light shaker gets them all to go this time. And I mean, they went just about one at a time. This is about as light a shaker as you're ever going to see. Watch the head pin go to the right wall, and it'll do most of the damage on the right side of the rack. I think it got the 3, 5, 6, 9, and 10. One pin took out 5 pins. Solid in the hole for Bryce Isaacson. That's 2 good strikes on the right lane. If he can find the left lane like that, he'll be in business. A bit of an unusual swing. His forearm is almost parallel to the floor at the top of his swing. Oh, goodness. That one breaks sharply through the nose, leaving a difficult split, the 3, 4, 6, 7. You want to cut that 3 pin over on the right side, send the 3 over into the 4, and hope the 4 gets the 7. The heartbreak is when you send the 3 over and it gets the 7 and leaves the 4. But he doesn't slice it near thin enough, so that's an open frame, and Bryce is still trying to figure out the left lane. So despite an open frame of his own, Caden finds himself only trailing by 3, and he has a strike up, so he could take the lead here with a strike in the 4th. And he does just that with a ripper. And you know he liked that one. That thing got way out to about 5. But can't argue with the result. Couldn't have liked that one, though. Looked like he laid it down short, cut it off, missed right. Just not really his best effort, and now he's got a tricky spare, the 2-4-7. But he covers it beautifully, as if it was no problem at all. Well, that's what you like to see, a low-stress spare game. Well, when we asked Bryce Isaacson what he wants to be when he grows up, he said he's still deciding. It's okay, you don't need an answer today. Tell you what, you throw enough shots like that, that might make your decision for you. 5-step approach. Little step to the left and then back to the right. He's a planter, not a slider. Throws that thing out to about 8. That seems to be the perfect spot. A strike here and he can take the lead right back. Oh, and the 7 won't go. 9 and a wiggle is all you're going to get, young man. That was close. Bryce says that his parents used to take him bowling since he was real young. He always enjoyed it. Finally joined a league for the first time when he was 11. He's 16 now. Oh my. An unforced error, and I think Bryce would like to finish the match on the right lane. He is fallen out of love with lane 17, I'm afraid. Pretty good ball. 4-pin just kind of laid in the gutter for the soft 7-pin. He goes cross lane at it. He's been really solid on his 7-pins today. And there's another one. Gotta like that. If you're a left-hander, you're going to leave a ton of 7-pins. That's just bowling. If you're a right-hander, you're going to leave a ton of 10-pins. You better know how to make it. Oh my goodness, another light shaker. And this is another one. Watch the head pin go to the right wall, come back. It's going to get the 3 on the way. It gets the 6, 10, and nudges out the 9 at the very end. I think the 3 got the 5. That's a blower if ever I've seen one. Bryce rips them apart, and he's perfect on the right lane. Now, if only he could figure out the left lane. If there's one thing I'd like to see Bryce work on, it's get a little deeper knee bend at the line so that he's lower when he lets go of the ball. He rears up at the foul line, so when the ball comes off his hand, it's a good 3 feet up off the floor. Right through the nose for a 6-10. Keep your bottom down, your left knee bent through the release. Get that ball coming into the floor at a shallower angle. You'll get it into a roll quicker. Look out. Well, I think Bryce and lane 17 are going to have words when this is over. He has 1 spare and 3 open frames on lane 17. Ouch. Well, that one came in really thin and could have been worse than it is. Caden leaves only the 3-pin. That could have been a 3-7 or a 3-7-9. But I wouldn't expect he would have any problem at all with this. He's been very steady all day today. Caden now owns a 29-pin lead over Bryce Isaacson heading into the 9th and 10th. The winner of this match will bowl for the Handicap Division Challenge against Caston Meyer of Topeka. Boy, he pulled that one. That was right of his target the whole way, but somehow it didn't run away to the left. He still got the Brooklyn pocket. Look at this. The ball is well inside of where he'd like it to be at the top of the swing. And then at the bottom of the swing, it's outside of where he'd like it to be. You see the gap between his ankle and the ball? That's what you'd like to correct. Get that thing in tighter. Get his elbow in closer to his body on the downswing. And Bryce just rearing up on every ball. He'll learn. He'll see this video and it'll help. But I tell you what, this kid finds a way to get it done. He's made the stepladder finals 3 years in a row at the KCO Invitational. He won the Division II KCO Invitational in 2022. And then this year, 3 weeks ago, he won the KCO Invitational in Division III. He made the stepladder last year in Division II, but got beat by Lauren Leonardi, as I mentioned earlier. And, well, did you really have any question about what was going to happen on the left lane with Bryce? He's just lost on that lane. I hate to say it, but I'm sure he'd be the first to admit it. It's another open on the left lane. And I think mercifully, Bryce is glad to see that's over. For him to finish as the 2 seed coming out of qualifying and then to kind of lay an egg the way he did in the championship round, I know he's disappointed. Look out. Caden, the pins are over there. I don't know what that was, but I guess it doesn't much matter. He's already got the game socked away. And he's going to be bowling for the Handicap Division Championship. It's an open in the 10th, but it doesn't matter. He finishes with a 188, takes care of his opponent pretty handily, and Caden Darling will face Caston Meyer for the Hunter Moffitt Award when we return after this. Well, I'm afraid when Bryce Isaacson watches this, he's going to kick himself, as he had 4 opportunities to take control of the match. He had strikes in the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th frames, all on the right lane, but each time, instead of following that strike with another strike on the left lane, he failed to double and opened on 3 of those 4 occasions and was never quite able to draw close enough to get within shouting distance of the lead. But Bryce Isaacson still has a couple more years of eligibility in youth bowling, so I have a feeling we haven't seen the last of him. But after 3 straight wins, Caden Darling has reached the championship match and now faces our handicap division leader, Caston Meyer of Topeka. Caston got into the Prodigy TOC by winning in Division IV at the April Point Tournament in Leavenworth. He has since moved up to Division III. The winner of this match will receive the Hunter Moffitt Award and will bowl the champion of the Scratch Division for the coveted trophy pin. Before you get to bowl for the coveted trophy pin, however, you first have to win your division. So these two will go at it. And I think you will enjoy this match. Caston Meyer, one of the more unusual styles we will see on Prodigy Bowlers Tour. For one thing, he lays that ball down right at the foul line. You will not even hear the ball hit the floor. Little bit of a handicap differential this time. 15 pins difference. Caden is spotting Caston. Caston getting 22 pins, Caden 7. Cuts sharply at the end, and Caston finds himself with a single pin spare. Could have been a split, went through the nose, but broke it down. Caston with a very short backswing. I don't think that ball even gets as high as his belt. And not surprisingly, he throws it with considerably less ball speed than we see from most players. But he makes it work for him. All right, Caden Darling. Comes in light. And here's that 3-5 again. We saw him chop this earlier. Got to be careful, especially if you're going to play it down the left side of the lane, which I think is the way he tends to play this spare. And he chopped it again. So 9 out, add 7 pins of handicap to that. That's how you arrive at 16 in the first. And it looks like he's going to be playing this match from behind. Oh my goodness! I hesitated to comment on it because I wasn't sure if that pin had the impetus to get all the way over to take out the 4, but talk about a good break. This could have been a 4-6. Watch this. This ball's going to go right through the snoot. The 6 falls late and rolls all the way across the lane and got the 4. He must be saying his prayers at night. There's a thin hit by Caston. Got the 10 to fall. Left with just the 2-8. The 2-8 is no gimme. Caston Meyer, 17 years old. He turns 18 in September, so he's got another year of eligibility ahead in junior bowling. It's almost like he stops to lay the ball down on the floor and roll it. Very unusual style. Says he either wants to be a bowler or go into the field of human resources when he grows up. That one had a little double dribble business going on. May have gotten down a little too low to lay it on the floor. Had the wall shot, but the head pin bounced off the wall and only took out the 4. Here's the 5-7. This is how you make it. Put the ball on the right edge of the 5. Oh, this has a chance. Just got a little too much of the 5 pin. But a good try. He still leads. But Caden with a strike working. He doesn't like the rack. Let's see what's going on with the rack here. Looks like the 1 and 3 are sitting a little closer together, but he's a left-hander. What difference would that make? I can't see anything about that rack that a left-hander wouldn't like. Well, and so there you go. That's what happens. Sometimes you just take a re-rack because you want to just think about it a moment. You plant it there, and those pins are going down most of the time. All right, well, this match now just a one-pin match with Caston leading. Oh. Well, the same thing happens to Caden that happened to Caston. He gets the wall shot, but it only takes out the 6, and now Caden has the 5-10. You would never expect him to leave this. And he just runs by it by a whisker. But both players with an open on that unusual split. I say unusual. They both throw a little too much ball to be leaving a 5-7 or a 5-10. Caston trying to rebound, but that ball breaks high. And once again, through the nose, that could have been most anything. He leaves just the 10. And now I wonder, with his slower ball speed, if this is a problem spare for him. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Unless he knows how to flatten it out and throw straight at the 10 pin, he will struggle at 10 pins with that low ball speed. But Caden, with 2 open frames so far, has given Caston the opening he needed. Caston, with back-to-back opens, still leads. And then he puts one right in the hole and puts 10 in the pit. Easily his best shot of the match so far. There's the ball a little outside of his head. We like to see it in line with his head or a little inside of it. He's got it a little outside. And see how his elbow is bent? It's like he's shoving the ball down the lane rather than rolling it. But hey, he's the number 1 seed, so something's been working for him today. Good shot by Caden. Not rewarded. We would call that a nice commercial shot. Unfortunately, it did not strike. But he's been rock solid on those 7 pins today. I'll tell you what. Still, just 6 pins separating these two heading into the back half of this match. Caden gave that one a little extra at the bottom. And this time he was rewarded. This was his best shot of the match. Out to about 5 at the break point, and can't do it much better than that. All right, Caston with a strike working. And that double will push his lead out to 16 pins. Caston with a high game of 267 and a high series of 671. I would expect in the next year or so he'll get his first 700. Competitions like this where you have some success are what build your confidence. He rips the rack, and now he's got a turkey on the board and extends his lead to 26. Here's his footwork. That little walk to the left that we see so many power players do. Right-handers. Shreds the rack. Caden, you got your back to the wall, buddy. Oh, he was crowding the headpin with that one. Next time he's up on that lane, he's probably going to need to move a little to the right or throw it a little harder to get it to hold line. This was almost a little too high. Got away with it that time, though. Now, he'd really like to get this one to cut the lead to 6. Oh, no. Instead, he goes through the nose and leaves the 4-7-10. This is about a 10-to-1 shot at best. And you're not going to make it like that. So an open frame. And now Kastenmeier with a 31-pin lead as he gets up in the 8th frame. And another solid strike. I'm telling you, this guy may be a little unassuming with his style. You just don't see people bowl like this very often. Laying it down so smoothly like that. But, man, if you get the ball into a roll, if you can put it on line, you can make those pins fly everywhere. Look out for this guy next year. He knew he pulled that one. It was left off his hand. He was gesturing, come on, get left. He was hoping for a Brooklyn. He's got a 40-pin lead as he prepares to shoot at a single-pin spare here in the 9th frame. And he makes short work of that. So the situation is this. Caden Darling can strike out in the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th and shoot .205. Kastenmeier will only need good count in the 10th frame to pass that. So this match is just about out of reach for Caden. But he's had a heck of a day. He qualified 7th, remember. Went through the wild card round, and he's going to finish 2nd here at the Prodigy Toc in the handicap division. Well, if he can throw 3 strikes in the 10th, he'll force Kastenmeier to get 1 pin to beat him. But that's going to do it. And Kastenmeier has won the handicap division at the Prodigy Bowlers Tour Tournament of Champions. And he now stands 1 match away from owning the coveted trophy pin. It's a spare for Caden Darling. A strike on the fill for 183. There you go. And I'd just about lay odds that we will see Caden Darling next season on Prodigy Bowlers Tour. He's too good of a player not to show up. It was just kind of the luck of the draw. We can only cover so many divisions each month, and we just never covered his division when he was in the stepladder. Caston with a 9 count. He can finish with 224 with a spare here and a strike on the fill. And there you go. Who will Caston bowl for a chance to win the coveted trophy pin? Well, we will be covering the scratch division right after this, and you will find out. That's a 224 and a solid victory for Caston Meyer. We'll head down to the lanes for the trophy presentation to our handicap division champion. Caston Meyer is the handicap winner here at the Prodigy TOC today, and he receives the Hunter Moffat Award. Yeah, and he admitted to me he's a little nervous about who he's going to have to bowl. Well, we'll find out who he's going to have to bowl right after this. Caden Darling enjoyed one heck of a ride today. He qualified in 7th, became the sole survivor of the handicap division wildcard round, and then won 3 matches, climbing the stepladder all the way to the championship match before running into a determined Caston Meyer, who shot a 202 scratch, 224 net for a decisive win in the championship match. So Topeka's Caston Meyer becomes the owner of the 2024 Hunter Moffat Award for winning the handicap division at the Prodigy TOC. And now he waits to see who he'll bowl in the final showdown for the coveted trophy pin. And now we turn our attention to the scratch division wildcard round. You'll meet the 4 players who secured their guaranteed spots in the stepladder finals after we've identified the sole survivor of the wildcard round, who'll claim the 5th spot in the stepladder.
Qualifying in the 5th position is PJ Dokales. PJ is the defending champion at the Prodigy TOC, and he made his way back to this event by winning the Division I title at the 2023 KCO November Point Tournament in Lawrence.
And PJ begins this wild card round with a solid strike.
Our number 6 qualifier is Tashawn Clark of Kansas City, Missouri. Tashawn got into the Prodigy TOC by winning the Division I crown at the 2024 KCO May Point Tournament in St. Joseph.
And he was knocking on the door all season long. Tashawn gets 9. Now, whether or not that'll be good enough to continue, well, time will tell. These are pretty good players.
Qualifying 7th is Nolan Nash of Greenwood, Missouri. Nolan won 2 Division I titles on Prodigy this season. At the 2023 KCO October Point Tournament in Gladstone, where he set the Prodigy 4-game scoring record with 992, and at the 2024 KCO Invitational 3 weeks ago in Olathe.
Got to believe anytime you don't strike in the wild card round with these guys, you got to be a little nervous about it. Oh! Well, you can't throw it any better, but Nolan comes up short, leaves the 9 pin.
Our number 8 qualifier is Dylan Hunt of Topeka, Kansas. Dylan wasted no time winning his way into the Prodigy TOC. He captured the Division III championship at the first tournament of the season, the 2023 KCO September Point Tournament here in Olathe.
Oh my. So Dylan Hunt just let the 9s off the hook. Tashawn and Nolan, you can breathe easy. You're safely on to frame 2. Dylan Hunt, with your 8 count, you're on the bubble.
Qualifying in the 9th position is Dason Tidwell of Topeka. Dason secured his spot in the field at the Prodigy Toc by winning the Division I title at the 2024 KCO March Point Tournament in Olathe, Kansas.
And boy, when he won that tournament, he looked as solid as a rock. Oh, but he comes in thin, and with a 7 count, he has just given Dylan Hunt a reprieve.
Our 10th qualifier is Caden Ball of Greenwood, Missouri. Caden was part of the team that captured the Division I title at the 2024 KCO March Adult Youth Doubles Tournament in Belton, Missouri, securing his entry in the Prodigy Toc today.
And he scatters them and gets them all to fall. He didn't need them all. He just needed more than 7. And so I'm afraid it's Dason Tidwell with that 7 count who is the first to exit here in the Scratch Division wildcard round. So we have reduced the field by 1. You see their rank there. That's where they finished coming out of qualifying. PJ, of course, was tied for 4th with Tanner Haig, but he lost the roll-off, so Tanner took the guaranteed 4th spot in the stepladder. PJ fell back into the wild card round, but we're sending them out to bowl in the wild card round in the order they finished. So PJ leading off. Comes in a little light, hoping for wall shot action. Gets 9. Maybe that will get him on to the next frame. Maybe it won't. Nine's usually good in the first couple of frames of these things. But after that, all bets are off. Especially when every one of these players has a 200-plus average. And in most cases, it's considerably higher than 200. All right, to Sean Clark. Comes in thin, and he also gets 9. Now here's a player I don't think we really expected to see in the wild card round. You might have expected to see Nolan grab one of those 4 guaranteed spots in the stepladder, but he struggled a bit in qualifying. But you never know, he might still get there. That's what he's hoping. That strike will send him on to frame 3 in the wild card round at least. Right now you got to beat 9 to guarantee that you're moving on. Dylan Hunt rips the rack, and he's safely on to frame 3. Pretty tough crowd. If the low number is 9, Caden Ball, you better bring it. He wanted so bad to be here. And there's a strike. He's moving on to frame 3. And we've got a roll-off. PJ Douglas and Tashawn Clark tying with 9. So they will have to go again. one of those two will be eliminated. All the others are either out or safe. Nolan, Dylan, and Caden all safe thanks to their strikes in frame 2. PJ and Tashawn both at risk of being eliminated here. Boom. And PJ buries one. And now the pressure falls to Tashawn Clark, who now must strike to continue. Anything less, and he's eliminated. Oh, and he comes up thin. That's 6. So it's Tashawn Clark who takes the second exit ramp in our Scratch Division wild card round. So we've eliminated 2 of our 6. And we return to the top of the order for frame 3. Move back to the left lane. And it's PJ Douglas once again. He loved that one as soon as it left his hand. You could tell that was tracking the whole way. You gotta believe a strike would probably be good enough. The only way it wouldn't be is if all 4 of these guys threw a strike and then we had a roll-off. It wouldn't be unprecedented, but it would be unusual. There's another strike, and I tell you what, if anybody could throw strikes, it's these guys. Anybody's knees knocking yet? Something about this format causes these players to feel a kind of pressure they're not used to, which is one of the reasons I love this format so much. There's another strike. Maybe 4 strikes is what we're in for. But you want to talk about pressure. Somebody put a heart monitor on Caden Ball right about now and let me know how it's reading. Must strike to force a roll-off. Otherwise, Caden Ball is done. Thin, 8. And you can't even measure the disappointment Caden Ball must feel right now, as he is the 3rd to be eliminated from the wild card round. But now we move to frame 4 on the right lane. Only 3 remain: PJ Douglas, Nolan Nash, and Dylan Hunt. And right about now is when you realize that even a strike might not be a guarantee that you're moving on. But it sure doesn't hurt to get one. So PJ will sit down and hope. Nolan Nash will step up on the right lane, knowing that anything less than a strike might be his final ball of the day. Oh man, he almost paralyzed the 5-pin. But down it went. And now, just like Caden Ball felt the pressure in the previous frame, the same kind of pressure falls to Dylan Hunt, who must strike to continue in this wild card round. Anything less, and he's out. Oh, man! Robbed. A stone 7. That one hurts. So we're down to 2. It's almost a shame that one of these guys has to be eliminated, but that's the rule. P.J. Douglas or Nolan Nash will take the 5th spot, the wild card spot, in the scratch division stepladder finals. You know P.J. wants it bad so that he could have another crack at Tanner Haig, who forced him into the wild card round in that roll-off at the very beginning of the show today. Oh, and you talk about being robbed. A stone 8 for PJ. That's 9. And now, PJ needs to cross his fingers, cross his toes, cross his eyes, cross anything he's got, because Nolan can end his day here with a strike. And that's exactly what he does. Nolan Nash is the sole survivor from the scratch division wild card round, and he takes the 5 spot in the scratch division stepladder finals. He'll meet Tanner Haig in match 1 next. Before we meet the 4 players you haven't seen yet on the show today, the top 4 who secured guaranteed spots in the stepladder, here's a quick recap of the wild card round. In frame 1, just 2 strikes, and Dason Tidwell was the first to find an exit with a 7 count. In frame 2, 3 strikes were safe, but a 9 count put P.J. Douglas and Tashawn Clark in a roll-off, which P.J. won when Tashawn short-counted with 6. In frame 3, the first 3 remaining players all threw strikes, putting all the pressure on Caden Ball, who came up short with an 8 count to put an end to his day. And then there were 3. Both P.J. and Nolan threw strikes, but Dylan Hunt was robbed when he left a stone 7. Speaking of getting robbed, in the decisive 5th frame, P.J. Douglas buried one in the pocket only to leave a stone 8, opening the door for Nolan Nash, who threw a strike to secure his spot in the stepladder finals. So Nolan takes the 5 seed, which means in our first stepladder match, he'll face the number 4 qualifier, Tanner Haig, who, as you recall, won the roll-off for the 4th position against P.J. Douglas at the beginning of the show today. Tanner secured his spot in the Prodigy Toc by winning the Division II crown at the KCO October Point Tournament. The winner of that opening match between Nolan and Tanner will advance to challenge the number 3 qualifier, Donovan Courtney of Moberly, Missouri. Donovan punched his ticket to the Prodigy Toc when he won in Division II back in September. The winner of that match will meet the number 2 qualifier, Caden White of Lee Summit, Missouri. Caden is one of 3 players who won twice in the KCO Division I field this season. He captured the adult youth doubles event in December and also took the title at the KCO April Point Tournament. The winner of that match will bowl for the Scratch Division Championship today against the tournament leader, Rhett Ryman of Kansas City, Kansas. Rhett got into the Prodigy Toc with his wins in September and in January. The player who takes that final match will receive the Charles Bostic Award for becoming champion of the Scratch Division here at the Prodigy Toc, and will advance to the final showdown to meet Caston Meyer in a 1-game match for the coveted trophy pin. All 3 of our PBAA Players of the Year, Nolan Nash, Caden White, and Rhett Ryman, are in the Scratch Division stepladder, so expect the sparks to fly today at the Prodigy Toc. Before we get Match 1 underway, here's a quick look at how the entire Scratch Division fared in the qualifying round. You see the 4 who got in without having to mess with the wild card round, and players 5 through 10 who did. But then there were 4 more who were not so fortunate. In bowling, like in all things in life, it seems, some days you're the dog, and some days you're the hydrant. But I do hope they all had a good time. Before the players begin Match 1, here's a fun fact concerning Nolan Nash and Caden Darling, the 2 sole survivors of the wild card rounds in the 2 divisions. Both players came out of their respective qualifying rounds in 7th place. It's just one of those little statistical anomalies that means nothing, but sports often produces those kinds of oddities that statistical geeks like me always seem to notice. But now it's something of a David and Goliath match, as Tanner Haig, who's making his first appearance on Prodigy Bowlers Tour, takes on the 2-time reigning PBAA Player of the Year, Nolan Nash, who's sharing that honor this year. This is Nolan's 6th appearance on Prodigy this season. If I could whisper something in Tanner's ear, it'd be one little piece of advice. Bring your A game. I think he probably knows that, though. Nolan's reputation reaches far and wide here in the greater Kansas City area. And It's shots like that. Why? Everybody says, look out for this guy. Man, these pins had no chance. Watch it. Just beautiful extension through the shot. And, man, those pins are just hopping to get out of the way. All right, Tanner. He gets a wall shot to go. He's not intimidated. Or if he is, he's not showing it. 5-step approach. We haven't seen him on Prodigy. He hasn't made the step ladder at a KCO since we've been covering the tournament, but he's always kind of around. By that I mean he's always kind of close to making the step ladder finals. So I'm not surprised that he made it today. He's bowling in his home house. He knows the lanes here, knows the shot. We'll see. Nolan takes care of another strike on the right lane, like it's nothing. So both players start with a double. You got to believe with each passing shot that results in a strike, Tanner's confidence has to grow. I don't know how Nolan's confidence could possibly grow much more than it has. As much success as he has enjoyed on the lanes of late. Take a seat, Pins. We won't be needing you for a while. That is a turkey to start for Nolan. Just a beautiful swing, straight back, straight through. I mentioned the long extension through release. You gotta be kidding me. That was a good trick. You heard somebody say, you want it over? He said, no, I'm good. He had the 4, 7, 9, 10 standing there. The split they call grandma's teeth. And he just, one by one, took them all out. That's 3 in a row. Make that 4 in a row. He's not backing down one bit. Watch it again. Look at the position. Right under his head, or the ball a little bit left of that, nice and close to his ankle. The foot perpendicular to the foul line. He checks all the boxes. I'm not sure why he hasn't made more step ladders at the KCO. He's got the game. It's just that these guys he's bowling against are all so good. He's not only got to bring his game, but he's got to have a really good day as well. That's what happens when the competition is as keen as it is at the KCO. This guy is just supremely talented. Maybe the most naturally talented player I've seen since I've been around youth bowling, including my days in Georgia. This guy is just phenomenal. I actually don't think Nolan knows how good he really is. He's never gone to junior gold. He's not going this year. Man, he needs to go. Never out of balance at the line. It's usually a surprise when he doesn't strike. We'll watch his reaction to that shot. Sure. Like there was some doubt. Okay. He's got all the shots. I tell you what, not only are these guys talented, but they're also just about the most likable group of young people you will ever be around. And I'm not excluding the ones who are not seen on the screen bowling at the moment. They're all that way. Well, Tanner, the first to crack under the pressure, failing to strike in the sixth. Will that be decisive? Well, I don't know. Surely Nolan won't go all the way, but you never know with him. Both players starting with a five-bagger. That's pretty strong. Nolan coming off the wild card round where he just about had to strike every ball. And he shreds the rack. That's a six-bagger. Take another look. Tell you what, if you want to bowl two-handed, this is a good game to copy. One thing we almost never talk about with Nolan is how low he gets at the foul line. Deep knee bend. And that is especially important with a player as tall as he is, 6 feet plus. So that long extension at the foul line, that is even more pronounced than it would be on a player like me, who's 5'7" on a good day. All right, Tanner, I think you may need to strike out. Well, that's one way to get a string started. Tanner could strike out for 279. It might not be enough. We'll have to see. We had that match earlier in the season when Rhett Ryman shot 276, and Nolan could have beaten him in the 10th. But Nolan came up one strike short in the 10th frame, and we had a 276-268 final. Now here's something I don't know I've ever seen before. Tanner Hague taking off his glasses to shoot a spare. I've seen players take off their wrist support to shoot a spare, but never their glasses. That was different. How about another ripper? That was almost a can opener. You saw how he split the 5 and 6. Watch it again. Watch how the ball penetrates through the rack, goes right between the 5 and 6, and they split. Counts the same as a solid strike, 10 back. Either way, he's got the front 8. I'd call that the front 9. Watch this. It's not like we've never seen Nolan throw some big numbers. He set the Prodigy 4-game scoring record back in October with a 992. Well, Tanner, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. You're throwing good shots. They could strike. Many of them have. Don't be throwing anything away, though. You never know what's going to happen. But Tanner gets up in the 10th frame, trailing by 42. And leaves the 2-8, and I believe that will be all she wrote as far as the outcome of the match. It's Nolan Nash who will be moving on. And the only question is, will he be moving on with a 300 game under his belt, or something a bit more pedestrian like, oh, I don't know, a 279 or something? These kids never cease to amaze me. 236 by Tanner Haig. You certainly can't fault him for giving the match away, but Nolan Nash is perfect through 9. And we just went through this 3 weeks ago with Rhett Ryman at the KCO Invitational, and now Nolan Nash with a chance for a 300 on consecutive episodes of Prodigy Bowlers Tour. And he rips the rack again. And now has the front 10. Well, this is becoming ridiculously commonplace. Sure fun to watch, though. Well, as I mentioned 3 weeks ago, we've only had now 2 natural 300 games bowled in the 8 years of Prodigy Bowlers Tour. Nolan looking to bowl the 3rd. Oh, and that one was a little wide of where he wanted it. That hit in the half pocket. It looked like it was surely going to leave a 10. But the 6-pin had enough juice to slap out the 10. Watch it again. This is a little wider than what he wanted it. Out to about 5. Big deflection to the right. But that 6-pin did its job, and now Nolan Nash is 1 strike away from our second 300 game in 2 shows.
Come on, Nolan!
He did it! It's another 300 on Prodigy Bowlers Tour. Watch the 12th ball again. Unbelievable. And really only the 11th ball looked even somewhat marginal. They all were solid in the pocket.
Oh no, the camera's not rolling.
No, somebody's a jokester. With 12 strikes to choose from, I bet we could find 3 that look pretty similar in our 3-up look. From the 3rd, 5th, and 7th frames, here they are. They look identical to me until the ball leaves his hand. Maybe after it's gone from his hand you can tell the difference, but let's stack them all on top of each other with our exclusive 3-deep look. Can you tell the difference? Up until the ball leaves his hand, they look identical. And that, boys and girls, is how you shoot a 300 game. Nolan Nash, the third natural 300 ever bowled on Prodigy, and the second in consecutive shows. That's amazing. Here's the 12th ball again. Nolan Nash, one of our 3 co-players of the year with Caden White and Rhett Ryman, the guy who bowled the other 300 3 weeks ago on Prodigy. But now Nolan Nash will have to collect himself. He's got work to do. Match 2 is coming up against Donovan Courtney. After his match had ended and Nolan was being congratulated by all his friends, Tanner Haig looked over at me and said, "Well, I guess if I had to get beat, that's the way I'd want to get beat." Not much you can do when your opponent drops a 12-pack of strikes on you. But honestly, Tanner Haig put up a brave fight. He matched Nolan strike for strike through the first 5 frames, and at 237 would win a whole lot of head-to-head matches. Just not this one. In the 8 years I've been doing Prodigy Bowlers Tour, we had 3 300 games in Atlanta, although 2 of those were 9-pin no-tap 300s, which honestly I don't even count. The only natural 300 we had in Georgia came on April 13th, 2019, when Big Logan Mathis dropped a 300 on Christian Manel, who shot 254 in defeat. We would wait 5 years between that first natural 300 on Prodigy before we had our second. That came 3 weeks ago at the KCO Invitational when Rhett Ryman bounced Caden White in match 2, 300 to 248. And then, not to be outdone by Rhett, in the very next tournament after that, Nolan Nash treats us to another unforgettable moment as he drops a 300 game on Tanner Haig, whose 237 might have been enough on another day. So here they are, the 12th ball in each of the 300 games we've had rolled on Prodigy Bowlers Tour. First, Logan Mathis in 2019. Man, he's sweating like crazy. There's nothing left to say. There it is!
Let's go! How about that? Come on!
Logan Mathis has shot 300. Then Rhett Ryman 3 weeks ago at the 2024 KCO Invitational. You know he's going to take his time on this one. This strike for a perfect game, 300.
Come on, ball!
Perfection! Watch the 12th strike again.
Come on, ball!
You know his heart was pounding. And then, in the very next tournament, Nolan Nash, moments ago at the 2024 Prodigy TOC.
Come on, Nolan! Go, ball!
And guess what? We're not done. Nolan now climbs into match 2, where his next opponent is Donovan Courtney of Moberly, Missouri. Donovan actually got into the Prodigy TOC by winning back in September in Division 2 in the periphery. But his best chance to win a Division 1 crown on Prodigy ended with an errant shot in the 10th frame that handed the title to Landon Stoddard. Donovan has this one last chance to win on Prodigy as he's aging out this summer. Donovan actually won his way into the Prodigy TOC when he won in September, but that was Division II. Then he got rated up, and he's bowled Division I ever since. His best chance to win in Division I came in February when he was the #1 seed, but lost to Landon Stoddard, who ran the stepladder that day. Donovan had a shot to win the tournament and came up short. Covers the spare in the first frame, though, so there's that. And now Nolan Nash. I think he finished the wild card round with 4 in a row, and then he just had 12, so he's working on a 16 bagger. And there it will stop as he short counts on the opening toss in match 2 and leaves a pesky little spare, the 2-4-5-8. We call it the bucket. I'm sure bowlers have other names for it, but they're unmentionable here. Nolan's best series, 8-21. He nearly hooked by that, but it's a spare to start, and he will gladly take it. I guess it will come as no surprise to anyone that Nolan aspires to be a PBA member when he gets through school. His favorite bowler is Dick Allen. There's a name we don't hear all that often from these kids. Oh! How about take out the 4-9 while you're at it? Watch this. This ball breaks a little high. It looks like he's going to leave the 4-9. But the 2 gets the 4. And I think it's the 3 that comes off the right wall and gets the 9. Donovan Courtney comes in a little thin with that one. Leaves the 2-pin. Could have been worse. Donovan's high score, 300. His high series, 757. In addition to winning the KCO in Division II, he's also won the Missouri Pepsi tournament. And his favorite bowler is E.J. Tackett. He got started bowling when his parents taught him, and he just fell in love with it. Boy, he's just a pinch off. That was right there. Just maybe a half a board too thin. Takes care of the spare, though. But you go 3 frames without a strike against Nolan Nash, and you're asking for trouble. Boom. Wow. Any questions? Nolan with another year of eligibility, so he'll be back this fall. Actually, I think when the three judges decided that we would go with 3 players of the year this year, knowing that they were all going to be back this fall, we figured we'll let them duke it out next year and decide it. Well, I tell you what, he's really locked in. I don't know where that 6 count came from in the first frame. Maybe just sitting around and, you know, between matches, the player coming off the win doesn't get another practice ball, while the player coming on gets 2 practice balls on each lane. So there's that little period of time that you can get cold. And Donovan doesn't quite get that one to finish and leaves the 10-pin. And already in the 4th frame, you can see his dauber is down just a bit. Got to be your own best friend out there on the lanes. These are not bad shots he's thrown. We've talked about it before. You got to just keep firing. You never know what the other guy's going to do. With Nolan, he might go off the sheet and shoot 290 and shut you out in the 7th or 8th frame. But you never know. He might run into trouble. So just keep firing. There you go. Looked like Donovan moved in a little bit. Played a little more toward the middle of the lane. That might be just the spot for him. You got to figure this guy can't keep striking forever, can he? I don't know. Maybe he can. We've seen him put on displays like this before. That 992 he shot back in October in Gladstone when he broke the Prodigy 4-game scoring record set by Jesse the Body Hamadi. That was quite something. It surprised me. I didn't think it was a record. I had to go look it up afterwards. Well, Nolan's string of strikes ends at 4 this time. He must feel like he's in a slump. But he leads by 32. And maybe Donovan can run off a little string of strikes of his own and get back in it. Nolan covers the 10-pin without an issue. Donovan says his best moment in bowling is when he got his first 300 game. I think that'd be pretty close to the top of the list of a lot of players who have had the good fortune of bowling a 300. There you go. Now maybe he's on to something. He's moved in a little bit. Gave it a little more room to the right that time. And it came climbing back and ripped the rack. I really like his action off his hand. Boy, 3-bagger would be big here. Oh, but he's just a little short with it. Doesn't quite get there. Leaves the 2. But you've got to stay optimistic. You just don't know what your opponent is going to do. Sometimes it's really hard for a player to follow up a really big game with another really big game. And even though Nolan has a 4-bagger, that doesn't mean he's got 4 more strikes in him the rest of the way. You just don't know. See? Another 6 count, another bucket. Now the lead is down to 19, and if he were to happen to miss this, and believe me, the 2-4-5-8 is very missable, then it's game on. Nolan's got to be careful with this. He almost missed it the last time he left it, remember? He hooked past it and got it on the left side. Oh my goodness. Man, he's living right. I think we're going to have to see that again to really believe it. Watch the 2-pin. It's going to go to the left wall. He's missed the spare, right? He's missed it. Well, not so fast. You take them however you can get them. And there he shreds the rack again, so you just don't know what you're going to get from Nolan this match. You know you're going to get a lot of quality shots, though. That's what he'll give you. And you're going to have to take it from him. He's not going to hand it to you. So Donovan, I think now would be a good time to go off the sheet. That's a good way to start. And now guess what? If he can get another strike here in the 9th, he has drawn within a mark. Takes a very short approach, tiny little steps, but generates big boy power. A strike here would be enormous. There you go. Slaps out the 10 like a boss. And now it's game on. He gave that everything he had. He knew how important that shot was. But now Nolan with a strike up himself. And he puts a double on the board to pull back out ahead by 19. And, well, here we are in the 10th frame. Nolan with a 19-pin lead. You think it's over, right? There have been some funny twists and turns in this match. I wouldn't close the book on it just yet. But I wouldn't count out Nolan Nash either. So that puts him within striking distance of sealing this match. But hats off to Donovan Courtney, who scratched and clawed his way back into this. We'll see Nolan's reaction to that one. I do believe he liked it. He knew that was good as soon as it left his hand. All right, strike here. He doesn't even need a strike. He can put this away right now. 9 ought to do it. So Nolan Nash is going to end up in the 240s. The best Donovan Courtney can do is 236. Well, okay, let's not start that, Nolan. 243. Gee, only 7 strikes that game. Nolan must feel like he needs to go get a lesson. A little high with that one. Donovan leaves the 4-7, but it doesn't matter. The best he can do now is 214. So it's going to be a 4th place finish for Donovan Courtney here in the scratch division at the Prodigy Toc. And don't look now, but the 3 players remaining in the scratch division of our Prodigy Tournament of Champions are the 3 players our judges deem to be the 3 players of the year. Nolan Nash, the 2 seed, Caden White, and the 1 seed, Rhett Ryman. So Donovan gets a strike with a Brooklyn, and I know it's not what he wanted, but he bowled well. But now it's time to move on, as Nolan Nash will be bowling his best friend, Caden White, in match 3 at the Prodigy Toc. Donovan Courtney made it a match at the end, but he couldn't find the path to a strike until the 5th frame, while Nolan had strikes in 4 of the first 5 frames. That put Donovan behind the 8 ball, and he just never could quite catch Nolan, despite a strong effort. So Nolan Nash wins his 2nd match today, which means the only 3 players left in the scratch division stepladder are our 3 co-winners of the PBAA Player of the Year Award: Nolan Nash, Caden White, and Rhett Ryman. And here in match 3, it's Nolan versus our number 2 qualifier, Caden White. These 2 are best friends, but don't think for a minute that'll dial down the intensity any. Nolan introduced Caden to bowling, and Caden would love nothing more than to knock off his mentor. And Nolan, on the other hand, would love to finish the season with back-to-back wins after having won the KCO Invitational 3 weeks ago. Caden, being the higher qualifier, had the option and has elected to finish first, so he's going to let Nolan start the match. And Nolan comes in a little thin. He did that a few times in that last match. This time he only leaves the 2-pin. We saw him have close calls with the bucket last match a couple of times. Made it both times, but only by the hair on his chinny chin, which I see he's letting grow out a little bit. There's a spare to start. Now Caden White started bowling at the age of 12. Has a 300 to his credit and an 817 and a whole bunch of tournament wins. And a strike to start this match. Wants to be either a pro bowler or a physical therapist when he grows up. crunch. In case you missed it earlier when I was going through the list of metrics we were considering for Player of the Year, Caden bowled in 10 KCOs this season out of the 11 that they hold. And in those 10 that he entered, he made the stepladder finals in 7 of them. That is flippin' remarkable. Oh, man. Good ball. Right in the pocket. 6-pin flies around the 10. That's the classic solid 10 or ringing 10. Both of these guys like to play golf. They play golf together quite often. But they're not thinking about golf at the moment, I can promise you that. Nolan's best moment in bowling, he says, was when he shot 300 in the state high school tournament. Now, he'll remember that his whole life. Sheesh. Back-to-back ringing 10s. That'll hurt your feelings. But he's good with these. Both of these players, excellent spare shooters. Never a doubt. Caden looks at him like, yeah, I know you're not going to miss those. Tell you what, though, Caden looks like he's not going to miss many of those. As he was coming over for this match from the practice pair, I spotted him and I said, "You got any 300s in you today?" I said, "Because this might be a really good day to uncork one." Caden starts with 3 of them. Oh, and he just gets the 10 to tip out. That tells you he's throwing it well. Even though it wasn't quite in the solid pocket, he had enough on it to carry. Here's the ball right under his head. He's pretty close to the ankle. This is pretty much what you're looking for. Could his elbow be a little closer to his side? Yes. But now we're just picking nits. Here's the ball. It's at about the 10th board, and it's 6 feet from the pins. Covered enough ground to get that 10 pin to go out. And Nolan says, "I'm having none of it. I'm not done yet." But he's got a little bit of ground to cover now. Caden's not going to back up, I don't think. We know what Nolan is capable of. Caden certainly knows what Nolan is capable of. But Nolan needs to refine his groove here and string some strikes. You see that ball start to hook early? That's because he missed right. It's a little drier on the outside of the lanes. Friction takes over and the ball starts to move left for a right-hander. When you get that ball out there, if you get it out there too soon, it starts to hook early. Covers the 6, but that was a missed opportunity to cut into Caden's lead. And now what Caden wants to do is just keep his foot on the pedal. Get all he can while the getting's good. Just like that. Put as much distance between himself and Nolan as he can while the strikes are flowing from the tap. Swung that one out to about 8. That seems to be the magic spot. And he's started with 5 in a row. He's started with 6 in a row. And now he's halfway to 300. Take a look at him in the 3-up look. 2nd, 4th, and 6th frame. We've got enough here to get a sample. Those all look pretty similar, I'd say. How similar? We'll stack them on top of each other in our exclusive 3-deep look, and you'll be able to tell if there's any difference. Until the ball leaves his hand, I'd say there's no difference at all. After it's gone, well, it doesn't really matter. Those are 3 solid strikes, I'd say. Oh my goodness. We've heard of the Stone 8. The Stone 8 helped put Nolan into the stepladder finals when P.J. Douglas suffered one in the wild card round. But watch this. Ball's actually going to deflect and send the 5 in front of the 8. On a Stone 8, the ball actually chops the 5 straight back, and it goes to the left of the 8. A soft 8 is another animal altogether and indicates that Nolan's ball is not hitting quite as hard as it was earlier. Had a little too much deflection that time. And when you've got a player who's on fire like Nolan has been, this is a lesson in how to beat them. You get up on them early and just don't take your foot off their throat. And even the best of them will eventually cry uncle. Nolan down by 55 pins in the 7th frame. This is a position that he is not used to. Covers the spare. He can still shoot 225, but Caden can almost sleepwalk the rest of the way to get there. Oh, and he trips the 4. He had the 4-9 peeking at him for just an instant. That could have led to an open frame had it stood. but not to be. Two-pin takes the 4 out from behind, and Caden has 7 in a row. You don't suppose we're going to get 2 in one day? Well, I probably shouldn't have said that. But there is still one more game. Actually, there's 2 more games. They still have the final showdown after the Scratch Division Championship match. Well, that's a spare for Caden. That must seem like a come down.
Nice game.
But he has Nolan down by 63 in the 8th frame. So he may get the bragging rights this time between these two. But I'm sure they will settle that score on the golf course over the summer. Typical Nolan Nash strike, 10 in the pit. There's another one. And he's thinking to himself, where was this earlier in the match? Let's take a look at these two side by side. Nolan introduced Caden to the game, so you would expect their games to be pretty similar. Here they're synced up at release. Nolan generates a little more ball speed than Caden, but that's about the only difference. Otherwise, they're pretty similar. Now Caden just needs a few pins and count. 9 will get the job done, and Caden White will find himself in the championship match here in the Scratch Division against our tournament leader, Rhett Ryman, for the Charles Bostic Award. Tell you what, Nolan and Rhett have kind of beat up on Caden in the championship round on Prodigy this year. It's funny, there's other tournaments in the area, the HOA, the Heart of America, being one, and Caden beats those guys as often as they beat him in those tournaments, but at the KCO, for some reason, Caden just hasn't been able to get the best of them in the step ladder. But today, he got his buddy Nolan, and he got him pretty good. With shots like that. A possible 267. Man, he's just pouring it on. But this is not like football where you want to let up so you don't run up the score on your opponent. In bowling, you do that, and you're liable to lose your look, and it won't be there for you in the next match when you need it. 266. Good game, Caden. And Nolan Nash gives us another memorable performance. Bowling just the 3rd natural 300 game ever on Prodigy Bowlers Tour in the 8 years the show has been on YouTube. but he's not going to quite get to the championship match. His buddy Caden White saw to that. But a possible 225 finish. That's not nothing. It's just not enough this match. Okay. That's going to put him in the 2 teens, 212, with a cover of the 478. And he's going to slow ball it. But he gets him. And that's what it is, 212 to 266. Caden White is moving on to the championship match. You saw the guy just walk on. That's Rhett Ryman, our tournament leader. One of these two will bowl for the coveted trophy pin. I don't know if Nolan Nash just used up his daily allotment of strikes in that 300 game he threw earlier. But whatever the reason, despite hammering the pocket for most of match 3, Nolan just couldn't seem to buy a strike until after Caden White had put enough distance between the two of them that a Nolan Nash comeback seemed pretty unlikely. And boy, there for a while, it seemed like we might get a second 300 in one day, as Caden began the match with the front 7. But his 266 was plenty good enough for him to put an end to Nolan's march to the top. So it's Caden White who is now in the Scratch Division Championship match against tournament leader Rhett Ryman. Rhett was the only player in our field today who posted a 3-game qualifying total above 700. And there were no really big games in that 700. It was a steady stream of solid scores, the lowest being a 236. The winner of this match between Caden White and Rhett Ryman will claim the Charles Bostic Award for becoming the winner of the Scratch Division at the Prodigy Toc, and will bowl in the final showdown against the winner of the Handicap Division, Caston Meyer, for the coveted trophy pin and the crown as the 2024 Prodigy Toc champion. I guess that would make you the champion of champions, would it not? I think so. Well, Rhett wants to lead off. I think he wants to finish last, knowing that he's comfortable throwing the clutch shots in the 10th frame if he needs them. Comes in a little light. Leaves the 2-4. Rhett, 16 years old for now. He turned 17 in August. Caden is 17, won't turn 18 until next spring. Easy spare. All right. Now let's see if Caden can do what Nolan could not. Follow up a really big game with another really big game. He might need it against Rhett. Yikes. That's not how he wanted to start. Right through the nose, and he leaves the 4-6-7. Well, of course, last year on the Prodigy Toc, Antonio Miranda made the 4-6, but he didn't have the 7 pin back there. With the 7, you almost have to take the 2. Hope to bounce something out. Antonio actually slid the 6 over into the 4. I'd never seen it made that way. But it's an open frame to start for Caden White. So he hands the early lead to Rhett. It comes right back with a solid strike in the second frame, and that's how you have to bounce back from those mistakes. Let them know you came to compete. This guy has come so far in just the last year, really, but the last couple of years for sure. And now Rhett Ryman. Wow. Well, if there's one thing we've learned about Rhett Ryman this season, it's that he is not afraid to take it deep. In other words, if it takes big scores to win, he will match you strike for strike if necessary. When he beat Nolan Nash at the January point tournament, he got 11 strikes, shot .276, and still could have lost in the 10th frame. Nolan needed a second strike in the 10th to win and only got the first one. .276 to .268 that match. Solid in the pocket, but a ringing 10. Rhett Ryman with 4 300 games at last count, unless he's added another one. Well, wait a minute. I think he has added another one. These notes that I'm looking at are from before the KCO Invitational. He bowled a 300 on Prodigy at the KCO Invitational. And of course, he has that 797 series. Oh. And then there's that. The missed 10 pin. And that hands the lead back to Caden White. Well, that was a fine how do you do. All right, Caden, working on a strike. See what you can do with it. How about a double to extend the lead to 11? That'll teach you to miss a 10 pin, Rhett. Caden tears him apart with that one. Well, it's just like we talked about it when we were explaining what went into the decision for Player of the Year between Nolan, Rhett, and Caden. They are so closely matched that it really is hard to pick one against another. And so if this match comes down to the final ball, it won't surprise me in the least. Look at Caden go. Coming off that 266, he's got 3 in a row here out of the first 4 frames in the final match in the scratch division. But like I said, Rhett will not give up. He is relentless. I think of all the players we have on Prodigy, this guy is the one who has the strongest will to win. So we'll see if he can make it work for him. Not going to get it done with shots like that. It looked like he might have had a little footing issue at the foul line. I don't know if he slipped or stuck or what, but he fell off balance. I heard a little skid, a screech, and he fell off balance, and now he's got the 3-6. Very choppable. Got to look out with this one. Covers it. Rhett says his favorite pro bowler is Anthony Simonson. And I can guarantee you that if he were to go on to win this match, no one will be happier than his grandma Londa. She is there at every one of his tournaments, as is his grandpa Bill. Okay, that's more like what he's looking for. But I would not have predicted 2 strikes in the first 5 frames for Rhett. But he comes through that ball so strong with his fingers right below it. That hand goes right through the ball, not around it. Caden with a turkey working. See if he can keep this string going. A little high with that one. Could have been a split, but he leaves just the 4-7. I've mentioned that he likes to play golf. Caden also has been known to play baseball and soccer. It's a spare. Caden says his best moment in bowling came when he shot his 300 and when he got to meet Jason Belmonte and Norm Duke. I don't know, when he shot his 800 series, I think I'd put that up there. 817, that's pretty juicy. There's a strike. That'll help his cause. Watch it again. Caden almost always in good balance when he lets the ball go. That is a strength of his game. He's working on trying to keep his head a little more steady. That's something most two-handers can stand to work on. Rhett comes in light, leaves the bucket. He was working on a strike and hoping to cut the lead to 9. But as it is, it will remain at 19 if he can make this tricky little spare. We saw Nolan Nash find a couple of creative ways to make it earlier. I think Rhett would like to just do it the old-fashioned way. Put the ball right on the 2 and 5. But no, he crosses over, just like Nolan did the first time. Nobody seems to want to do it the easy way. But the lead remains 19. Coming down the stretch. The winner of this match will go on to the final showdown against Kasten Meyer, the winner of the handicap division, and they will bowl for the coveted trophy pin. There's a strike for Rhett Ryman. Watch it again, 4-step approach. Another planter. Look at that ball. Not just right under his head, but even a little inside of that, right next to his ankle. This is ideal. This is exactly the way you want it. Now Caden, working on a strike, can extend his lead to 29. But he comes up thin and leaves a very missable spare, the 2-8. But as long as he keeps making these spares, It'd be all right unless Rhett starts stringing them, which Rhett is certainly capable of doing. There you go. Solid cover of a difficult spare. And they remain separated by 19 pins. Who's going to step up in these last 3 frames? Caden with the upper hand. And man, he got that one way out to the right, and it hooked early on him. We've talked about that earlier today. Some other players had that happen. You miss your target to the right, it gets the ball out into the dry part of the lane. A little too soon, the ball starts to hook early, and it's going high. 6-10 here. Oh, and he chops it. And that's trouble. Now, all of a sudden, Rhett Ryman is within striking distance, and he is going to take a re-rack here, and I can see why. Looks like you've got a wide pocket on the left and a narrow pocket on the right. And for a right-hander, anytime you have a narrow pocket, the 1-3 is a little tight. It still looks a little tight to me, but I think he's going to shoot it. It's just begging to leave a 10-pin. This is a critical moment in the match. Rhett, who's been behind most of the way, can take the lead if he can throw a strike here in the 8th. And he gets the wall shot to do the damage. And now he's in the driver's seat. Rhett Ryman. Big time strike here. Over about 9 at the break point, and it never quite got to the pocket, but it didn't have to. He depended on the wall shot. And now, if he can get a foundation strike in the 9th, he can extend his lead to 14, and there'll be nothing Caden can do to shut him out. This is a big shot. And he gets it to go. Here's his footwork, 4-step approach. Falls off balance a little bit that time, but he gets away with it. And now Caden has got to take it off the sheet. Possible 214 if he can throw 4 in a row. But it comes up a little high, and he leaves a wiggling 4-pin. So that's going to change the equation just a bit. So now with a spare here in the 9th and 3 strikes in the 10th, Caden can shoot 204. All right, possible 204. Rhett is going at a 208 pace, which would mean spare strike in the 10th. He'll have to lose a little count if he starts with a spare in the 10th. So Caden will be hoping for that. But he's got to strike out. That's not going to get it done. Oh, Caden is going to kick himself over this one. He had this match. And it's not quite over yet, but it sure feels like it has slipped through his fingers. And now it has. Oh my goodness, you can't make mistakes like that. Rhett Ryman just needs to stay in the building and keep the ball on the lane now. Oh my goodness. What a way to see it end. Well, it's there for the taking, Rhett. Don't do anything stupid. Like foul. We've seen that happen a few times on Prodigy. That's a winner. Rhett Ryman takes the Charles Bostic Award and is the winner of the Scratch Division at the 2024 Prodigy TOC. Here's the winning ball. And my heart goes out to Caden White. He had every opportunity to win this and just let it get away. Goodness gracious. But it's Rhett Ryman who's going on to the final showdown against Kasten Meyer, a player that I promise you he has no idea what he's up against. A 6-7-10? What the heck. Somebody called out to him, show us a trick shot. Might as well. Already got the match in hand. Well, he went for it boldly. Why not? Rhett Ryman accepts congratulations from Caden White. Rhett Ryman, the Scratch Division champion here at the Prodigy TOC. He will move on to the final showdown to face the Handicap Division champion, Kasten Meyer. But first, let's head down lane side for the trophy presentation of the Charles Bostic Award to our winner. Rhett Ryman, we have a little something for you. Named for Charles Bostic, the Charles Bostic Award. The first winner of the coveted trophy pin on Prodigy Bowlers Tour. And an all-around good guy, and a member of the national championship men's collegiate team that just won a couple of months ago. You get the Charles Bostic Award for winning the Scratch Division at the Prodigy TOC. Way to go, buddy. Oh, but there's still some unfinished business. In the final showdown, Rhett Ryman and Kasten Meyer will be bowling for the coveted trophy pin. Caden White learned a valuable lesson about Rhett, and really about any of our better players. If he didn't already know this, he knows it now. If you get a chance to knock your opponent out of a match, you better make the most of that opportunity while you've still got the chance. Because players like Rhett and others, if they see so much as a sliver of daylight, they will slip through any crack you leave open, and they'll come back and turn the tables on you. That's exactly what Rhett did to Caden. Caden was in control of that match much of the way, but he was never quite able to put Rhett away. And therein lies the lesson. Take him out while you still can. So it's Rhett Ryman who has captured the Charles Bostic Award and stands as the winner of the Scratch Division at the 2024 Prodigy TOC. Earlier, Kasten Meyer won the Hunter Moffitt Award as the handicap winner at the Prodigy TOC. And now, a unique opportunity that these kids rarely get, to bowl a meaningful match against a player outside their own division. And today, the stakes couldn't be higher. In addition to the winner's share of the Smart Scholarship Prize, the winner of the final showdown also claims as his own the prize they've all been eyeing since the season began, the coveted trophy pin. And one of these two young athletes is about to win it for his very own. There is also a Smart Scholarship Prize involved. We'll tell you a little bit more about that later. Kasten Meyer with the opening toss of the match. Comes in a little thin, leaves the 2-4-5. You can see he gets his 22 pins of handicap. Rhett, being a scratch bowler, will bowl without the benefit of handicap. This place was jam-packed with family and friends earlier. Most of them have filed out because they've already been eliminated. Oh, a chop to begin. So we add his 22 pins of handicap to the 9 he gets in the first frame. That gives him 31 in the first. And now all the handicap pins are accounted for in the score. And now Rhett Ryman. Right in the pocket. And if you're going to bury one, that's the place to put it. I visited with Caston briefly when handing him the Hunter Moffett Award. I asked him about the next match, the final showdown, and he was like, yeah, I've been thinking about it for a while now. He is a little nervous, I must say. Although Rhett expressed some concerns himself about the handicap pins he's going to have to spot Caston. I mean, this is one of the things that scratch bowlers, I hear about this all the time. They hate spotting pins. They're so used to bowling scratch. So he's just going to have to get over that and bowl his best. Nearly runs past the 6-pin, but covers the spare. So Caston with an 11-pin lead. As he steps up on the right lane, we gave all the options to the handicap players to who went first and all that. Oh my. He comes in a little thin once again, but this time pays a bigger penalty, leaving the 2-10 split. Here's how you make it. Put the ball over on the left side of the 2-pin and slide that 2-pin over into the 10 or get it to come off the wall into the 10. Oh, and Caston makes a great effort, but he actually overcut it a little bit. That is such a shame. Such a good try. And it's just another open frame. And now this match is all even. So those 22 pins of handicap are gone. And if Caston's going to beat Rhett, he's going to have to do it on his own the rest of the way. He puts that one in the pocket. Leaves a manageable spare. Caston's 17 years old. He turns 18 in September. He's from Topeka. Bowls at West Ridge Lanes and Gage Bowl. Got into bowling as a result of the Kids Bowl Free promotion. That'll get him to come in. We used to run that promotion every year, 2 or 3 times a year actually, when I was in Georgia. And it would always bring some kids in. The trick was to convert them to league bowlers, which obviously it worked with Caston. And I've seen it work with others as well through the years. That's why bowling centers run the Kids Bowl Free promotion. All right, Rhett up on the right. Comes in a little thin. I think he's just trying to throw that thing so hard so it doesn't hook high. But I think he's just kind of overthrowing it a little bit. That ball never really had a chance to send the 5 over into the 7. He's got plenty of power to do that, but kind of like a golfer hitting a putt a little too hard, it never takes the break. But he covers the spare. So I think he turned to confer with someone, maybe his grandma Londa. She knows his arsenal about as well as anyone, maybe better than Rhett. And of course, Rhett had that misfortune earlier this year when his mom's car, or the car she was borrowing, it was actually his sister's car, but she had her car in the shop, so she was borrowing Rhett's sister's car, and it was stolen, and in the trunk was all of Rhett's bowling equipment. He lost thousands of dollars in bowling equipment and had to replace everything. But I'd say he has made friends with his new arsenal. All right. Kastenmeier, don't be intimidated, young man. You've got this. All right, that one cuts a little high, but he leaves a makeable spare, just the 3-pin. You know, this format that pits these two bowlers from different divisions and different skill levels against one another is a unique opportunity, but it's one that the handicap bowler can easily be intimidated. The idea is to give them an opportunity to step up and find out that, hey, these scratch bowlers, they're just bowlers like we are. They can be beat. But you got to beat them. You can't wait for them to back up and come to you. You can't be afraid of them. You got to be willing to go give them all you got. Oh. Well, that's one spare that I was kind of worried about with Kasten because of his slower ball speed. We saw that happen in his championship match in the handicap division. I think when he has an opportunity this offseason, it would behoove him to learn how to cut down on the hook when playing at those right corner spares. Learn to come straight up the back of the ball or even give it a little bit of a backup action. Well, Rhett is just getting wilder and wilder. That's not the kind of Rhett Ryman bowling that we're used to seeing, but this is what I'm talking about with Kasten. If he's going to beat a Rhett Ryman, he's going to have to catch him on a day when Rhett Ryman's not showing him his A game, and that looks to be today. Makes the spare. But we are halfway through this match, and it's only a 9-pin differential. So I would say this is anything but a rout in the making. That's not to say Rhett couldn't run off a string of strikes. Heaven knows we've seen him do it. Look at this. He's going to go for another re-rack. I see that 3-pin as being a little tight on the 1. That's probably a smart move by Rhett to take the re-rack. Does this look any better? Come see, come saw. Sometimes you just re-rack it just to take a moment and let your mind settle on what it is you need to do. And I'd say that was a pretty good re-rack. An even better executed shot. All right, Caston, it's time to step up. You've thrown solid strikes in every match you've bowled today. Now would be a good time for one. There you go. Take a look at these two side by side. I'd say you will see some major differences. They're synced up at release, but look at the ball speed. Rhett's ball gets there probably a second sooner than Caston's. He's just generating a lot more ball speed. Caston would do well to learn to throw it a little harder and get that hook under control. Boy, a strike there would have been huge. He could have taken the lead. But now that 6-10, he can make this. No, not like that, though. Well, he's shaking his head. He knows that he's better than that. It's all right. This game is not over. But Rhett, with a strike up, can take command with another one here in the 7th. He looked pretty determined. We don't get to see their faces when they're bowling most of the time on Prodigy. It's a luxury we enjoy in the final showdown at the Prodigy TOC, where we've got the extra camera available, but you could see it in his face when he threw that shot. He was extra focused. And now he can make it a 43-pin match with another strike here in the 8th. But no. Another ball that hooks high. Didn't leave a split, though. The 6-10, a spare I would expect Rhett to make 9 out of 10 times. And he takes care of it there. Well, here's the situation. Caston Meyer, who's not really used to bowling against somebody of Rhett's caliber, he can strike out for 203. Rhett is going at a 204 pace. Oh, man, and Caston put it right in the hole. But the 6-pin did not do its job to take out the 10. So here's that pesky right corner spare that has given him fits. And he hooks by it again. And another open frame, and, well, this is slipping away from him. Doggone it. I wanted to see a close match. I know we all did. Well, seems like it's either high or thin. And when he hits the pocket, he only managed to carry one strike. He's left a few 10 pins. And we found out those are no fun. Well, get what you can and live with the result. There you go. Good spare. Looks like it may not work out for Caston today, but he found himself in this situation, and that alone is a learning experience, and one that I hope he takes from this day and realizes was a positive for him. You got to see a pretty good bowler up close and personal, I'll tell you that. Rhett Ryman has won the Prodigy Bowlers Tour Tournament of Champions and will take possession of the coveted trophy pin. Also, I mentioned earlier that there was a scholarship component to this. We collected $25 entry fee from all the players. Only 10 of that went to the bowling center for lineage. The other 15 went into the kitty for the prize fund. 60% of that goes to our winner. The other 40% goes to our runner-up, Caston Meyer. So they will get a little smart scholarship money that will help defray some of the expenses when they decide to go to college. A little something, something. I will also tell you that this year, oh, look at this. Now, Rhett, you're just showing off. How did you get those to fall? You saw a little smile on his face. Watch this one right through the nose. He's got the 4, 6, 7, 10, and they all go out. But as I started to say, this is also the first time ever that the Prodigy Bowlers Tour Tournament of Champions, or any tournament that Prodigy has put on, was sanctioned. We went ahead and got it sanctioned, and boy, am I glad we did when Nolan shot that 300 today. Holy moly. Or maybe I should say holy noli. I would not have wanted to see him shoot 300 and have to go tell him, oh, sorry, it wasn't sanctioned. But fortunately, we did sanction it, and so he will get his acknowledgement. Another ball right in the pocket for Caston, and he just can't get that 10 pin to go. I feel your pain. I've been there. Let's see you make it. That's what I want to see. There you go. He's shaking his head. I know he's disappointed. And it's hard to console somebody who had their sights set on claiming a victory, even if it was an improbable victory, but he had his chance. And another 10 pin, of course. But it's Rhett Ryman who is the champion of champions. He has won the Prodigy Tournament of Champions in 2024, and pretty soon will take possession of the coveted trophy pin. But congratulations, too, to our handicap division champion who got the Hunter Moffat Award, Caston Meyer, and we'll send you down to the lanes here for the final trophy presentation, the trophy pin presentation, as it were, here at the Prodigy TOC. Rhett, come up here. Caston. Give Caston Meyer a hand. He won the handicap division today and owns the Hunter Moffat Award. Congratulations. You did great. Rhett Ryman bowls 300 at the KCO Invitational on Prodigy. Just the second 300 we've ever had on Prodigy. Now, not the most recent one, no. But
pretty special. And you are now the owner of the coveted trophy pin. It's got your name all over it. And some of your friends' names. I will tell you also, there is also a scholarship prize that goes along with this. For the first time this year, we collected a little more than what the bowling alley was asking for lineage. The rest of it goes into a prize fund. 60% of it goes to our winner. That'll be $324. And Caston, you're going to get $216. It's not going to put you through Harvard, but it'll buy a couple of books maybe, and every little bit helps. So, congratulations, gentlemen. A great day on the lanes. And thank you all for coming out and supporting these guys.
Thank you for hosting it, Randy.
Thank you for the kind words, and thanks to everyone for watching Prodigy both today and throughout the season. Coming up, we're going to look at next season on Prodigy Bowlers Tour, so don't run off. So that's it for the 2023-24 season on Prodigy Bowlers Tour. Quickly recapping the Prodigy TOC, you first saw the handicap division, where the number 7 qualifier, Caden Darling, became the sole survivor in the wild card round to grab the 5th spot in the stepladder. And then he won 3 matches and found himself bowling for the handicap division title, only to come up a little short against tournament leader Caston Meyer. And over in the scratch division, our other number 7 qualifier, Nolan Nash, ran the gauntlet through the wild card round and became the sole survivor to seize the number 5 spot in the scratch division stepladder. Then in match 1, Nolan proceeded to uncork an amazing 300 game in defeating Tanner Haig. But it was Caden White who derailed Nolan's march to the top. But Caden couldn't quite put tournament leader Rhett Ryman away, and Rhett did what champions do. He seized the opportunity and took the Scratch Division Championship. So Caston Meyer received the Hunter Moffat Award, and Rhett Ryman took the Charles Bostic Award. Then, in the final showdown, Rhett was just a little too much for Caston to handle, and it was Rhett Ryman who came through the 2024 Prodigy Bowlers Tour Tournament of Champions as the champion of champions, and he has taken possession of the coveted trophy pin. And that puts a cap on the 8th season of Prodigy Bowlers Tour. We'll take a couple of months off in July and August, but we'll be back in September with Season 9 of Prodigy as we cover the 30th season of the Kansas City Open. If you'd like to compete in the KCO or just want to learn about it, go to their website, kansascityopen.com. If you liked this video, leave a thumbs up. And if you really like what we do here, smash the subscribe button and ring the notification bell to receive an alert whenever we post new content. And be sure to leave a comment down below. It really does help the YouTube algorithm grow our channel. If you'd like to support the creative work that goes into producing Prodigy Bowlers Tour, become a Prodigy patron. For just $5 a month, you'll get early access to all our full-length episodes. And for $10 a month, you'll get early access and you'll get your name in the closing credits as an executive producer of the show. You know, just like the high rollers in Hollywood do. Go to www.patreon.com/Prodigy Bowlers Tour and follow the instructions to become a patron. And you know, even in the off-season, you can keep up on all things Prodigy by joining our Facebook group. From any page on Facebook, type Prodigy Bowlers Tour into the search bar and hit enter. That'll take you to a page where you can submit a request to join the group. But be sure to answer the 3 screening questions with lucid answers so we know you're not a spam bot. Otherwise, your request is liable to be declined. Nobody wants spam bots in the group. So that's a wrap for the 2024 Prodigy TOC. We'll return in September with coverage of the Kansas City Open and look forward to seeing you once again when the KCO's 30th season gets underway. For now, this is Coach Randy, reminding you to stay behind the foul line and keep kicking out the corner pins, not the foul lights or ball returns. And I'll talk to you again when Season 9 of Prodigy Bowlers Tour gets underway in September. Congratulations to Rhett Ryman, the champion of the 2024 Prodigy Bowlers Tour Tournament of Champions. Now, go get your bowl on.